Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, but prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to yet another impromptu after show here on Logical, Plausible, Probable. I had forgotten that this debate was going to happen because then it got rescheduled and then it reappeared. And then I heard about it and was like, man, we got to do an after show. So, folks, here we are. And hopefully at some point in the not too distant future, this will turn into a dumpster fire. It will be a full-scale dumpster fire, but we won't know what happens until people hop in the backstage and we can get this whole thing going. Got a couple back there, so it should be good here in just a minute when I let everybody in. But hey, for those of you who are first time here on the channel for an after show, here's kind of how it works. Initially, we kind of do round robin, 45 seconds to a minute or so of what your thoughts are on the debate, best one-liners, best zingers, best comebacks, who you thought won, lost, was there anything really stuck out to you, that sort of thing during the debate. And then as, the people on the panel finish up, then we can go into more general discussion, maybe have some little mini debates. You never know what might happen. But then if new people join the panel, then we let them kind of, everybody goes in timeout mode. We get them talk for a minute, share their thoughts on the debate, and then we go back to the open mic discussion. So link is in the side chat, folks. If you want to join, I've got it pinned. I'll post again here in uno momento. And before let everybody come on in, I want to give big shout outs to Jerome. I think he had to go to bed, but he stopped by and gave us some love. Utopia Buster's here. What's going on? How are you? Greenie's in the house. I think I saw, Jerome is still with us, actually. I thought he had to go to bed. He's staying up past his bedtime. I think I saw Standing for Truth in the side chat. We'll see if he joins the stream later on. We got Sea Science Film Labs is here. Bubblegum Guns here. Jeremy Nolan. We got a whole bunch of folks. Ray's in the house. What's up, Ray? How you doing? Got a bunch of people in the house, folks, so appreciate everybody coming over to make the after show fun. And now, without further ado, let's get into the fun and frivolity that generally happens in these after shows. And like normal, the one and only Jackson Rowe was first backstage. We've also got the Rational Empiricist. But first up, the one and only Jackson Rowe. What's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Hey, I'm good. I have my hero in the background here. I'll tell you more about him later, but I thought it was appropriate. I only saw like the last third of it. I just thought it was kind of a strange debate, but I went over to the Atheist Junior's chat or show and kind of got hounded on for being a creation sympathizer, so I came over here instead. So here we are.
Hang on. So the Atheist Junior squad was attacking you for not agreeing with us?
Giving you too much attention to something, being friends with like SFT and Matt Powell. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So basically, if you're not an anti-theist, very small worldview having crazy person like Atheist Junior who has a obsession with Kent Hovind, if you're not that, then somehow you don't deserve to be associated with. That's what it sounds like just happened.
That's kind of the vibe I got.
Interesting. Well, we shall see what happens. All right, and up next, what's up, Andrew? How you doing? The Rational Empiricist. How are you? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
I'm doing good. Is my audio coming in all right?
Yep, coming through good.
So yeah, that does first off kind of sound strange, Jackson. But anyways, let's see. I got through most of the debate up to the Q&A section, I believe, before I went off to do something else. But my attention was divided between the side chat and the main debate discussion, so I didn't catch everything, of course. But from what I did see, it appears the same arguments both sides were made. Noteworthy things were, let's see, what was his name? James made the argument about the same genetic material being in different species, which I think was an interesting argument to make in that discussion. He did make some things that I would, or some details that I would quibble about, I think, but other than that, it seemed like an ordinary debate. So.
Right on. Well, appreciate your thoughts there. And we've also got the one and only corporate operator, Bubble, also known as Bubblegum Gun. What's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Oh, it was glorious. Like, all James had to do was not fuck it up, was not sound crazy. All he had to really do was like do the RJ downward move, was just like criticize Kynes and just let Kent and rabble and sound wacky and stumble on that argument. But no, he had to bring up that fetus thing, the gills, the feathered alligator. Like, what in the... Like, we had surfing monkeys, but now we got flying alligators too. It was a glorious fail for James, and I think he literally Googled on Google Images evidence for evolution, because I Googled that and those were the arguments James brought to the table. Okay. I'm absolutely tired, but I'll stick along. I'll probably just be quiet.
Well, James has never been the best debater. Let's just say I debated him. I know I debated him at least once. I may have debated him twice. I forget. But yeah, he's definitely a character. It's definitely interesting conversing with him because there's not much. Like he is a very superficial level talking point regurgitator, and doesn't really have much.
Oh, and we got to bring
under
up
the
the
curtains.
Aaron Rawl in the background. He had 2 portraits of Aaron Rawl. It's like, this is memeable.
Listen. I was making jokes about that in the side chat. Like, you have a serious problem when you have a black and white picture of Aaron Raw framed behind you. I mean, that is now.
I mean,
this tends, hang on. This seems to be a trend with atheists, though, because we've got Jackson right now. At least he goes color. He went full color with Assad, but
nice.
I know he's got a Putin portrait somewhere. I'm not sure who the other one on the.
No, I don't have a Putin one. I need one now.
You don't have Putin? Okay,
no.
My bad. I apologize. I apologize for that. I thought you did.
No.
Hey, John, your mic sounds muted from before a little bit.
No, it's gone down. Okay, hang on. All right, how about now? Is that better?
Yeah, still a little quiet, but it's a little better. Yeah, it might be just me. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll speak up a little bit. Okay. So Dallas Wade in the side chat says, never frame a picture of Aaron Raw. And I would definitely have to agree with that. And Utopia Buster, that was cringe. James having a portrait of Aaron freaking Raw.
This means James is officially now a cult groupie, by the way.
Yeah, he's pretty weird.
A cult groupie?
Oh.
Yeah, he's in the cult of Aaron Raw now.
I thought that was weird, and I have one of these. So.
Well, listen, if the Assad portrait having Evo Atheist thinks you're weird, you've got a problem.
Right.
Are you sure you don't have some kind of magical abilities, Jackson? You were able to conjure those images out of thin air?
I ordered them online. That's kind of like doing that.
Yeah, same difference.
I got a big old printer. I can print mine.
Well, George is starting off the super chats early. Appreciate you, George. Says super chat says, if the law of monophyly is true, there shouldn't be any life forms, but they're imaginary. Luca.
That's not what the law of monophyly means, but whatever.
Well, maybe. Well, I know George is off at the lake right now, I believe, so he probably can't hop on to have a back and forth with you on that one. But it's interesting.
I wish I could, but probably not the thing we should get into right now.
I mean, he really screwed the pooch with this intro. He really screwed the pooch. All he had to do was just not sound crazy, and he screwed the pooch on that.
Bubble, I like you. You're provocative and you're deliberately offensive, and I think that's wonderful.
I am me. Be yourself.
Well, I will admit, when you brought up the heckle drawings, it seems a bit fishy to me. I mean, sometimes on both sides, at least, when Ernst Haeckel's measurements, drawings, if you want to call them fraudulent, are kind of mixed in with the actual embryological similarities that we do see. I don't think they're one the same, and I certainly don't think they can be equivocated. But
yeah, but it's the fact that he did, like,
yeah, I will say, yeah, that was a bit interesting.
Because, like, if you Google evidence for evolution, that's one of the images in there.
Well, yeah. And if he kept insisting that there was nothing against it, it was not. Let's just say inaccurate, right? And it's like, dude, okay, well, here we go. Go take it up with Michael K. Richardson, James Henkin, however you pronounce that. That's a really crazy name. Claude something, Albert Reynaud, Lynn Selwood, Glenda M. Wright. Review article, 1997, April 5th. Title is literally, "There is no highly conserved embryonic stage in the vertebrates. Implications for current theories of evolution and development." And the entire paper is about this. And, at the very beginning, it's talking about, this idea was promoted by Haeckel and has recently been reviewed in the context of claims regarding the universality of developmental mechanisms, etc., etc. Let's see. There's some good stuff in here. But like when they get here, there's like the original drawings from Haeckel, and then they get down into like showing the actual, like, here's what it really is.
Yeah, I don't think embryos literally pass through identical stages, but I do at least think there are similarities.
Well, the point they're making is that, yeah, there might be some minor similarities, but it's in no way, shape, form, or fashion a timeline proof of the evolutionary stages and such, which, as you know full well, is how it's presented, and how it's presented tonight, and how it's been presented for well over a century, which is the point. And whether or not you want to claim there are some things that are similar, okay, yes, this little one thing here is, yes, but it's in no way, shape, form, or fashion. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, everybody can see it for themselves. So nothing you've seen so far remotely substantiates the way it's presented, shall we say. Whether or not there's some possible evidence in favor for or against, in no way, shape, form, or fashion is as substantive as claimed by many people, both in biology textbooks as well as on debates on YouTube. I think that's a fair position.
The drawings are definitely nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, drawings don't show evolutionary progression, not at least.
Well, okay, they don't show. Andrew, that's the whole point that's being made, is it's presented to the average individual as that is exactly what supposedly is being shown. That's the whole point of why they get called out, is that they were presented as such. They've been adopted as such. They presented as such over and over and over again.
Yeah, I agree. That's nonsense.
And for the average person who doesn't go and actually look at it, like go beyond the freaking, biology 101 class in college or whatever they learned in high school, they have no idea that it hasn't been substantiated, or it's been debunked as being the actual reality. And that's the whole point that Hovind has made in a bazillion debates, and many other people have made the same argument. It's been in multiple books. It's been tons of books that have been written on this on the subject, and it's been brought up over and over again. And then when it comes down to the nitty gritty, most people are like, well, he didn't mean to, or in future editions after he'd gotten called out, the things became more accurate in like the 4th and 5th editions. It's like, okay, cool. Well, if that's the case, then why are we still being shown things more much closer to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd editions that were published, is my point.
I like it. I like how the way they try to define evolution as like just change, just reproduction and variation. Like that's not evolution. Like you have to be very specific with them.
I mean,
the gaining of information, because that pins you guys to the wall, and would you actually have to provide?
When you say information in this context, now I know there's a computational terminology for it, but when you're talking in a biological sense, what do you specifically mean in that context?
For example, like a protein that wasn't there, or like a new system that wasn't there. You're
like
actually
has no actual precursor.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what evolution predicts.
Well, if you're gonna if you're gonna propose that we came from fish to man, you need to support that.
I'm not getting a haircut, Donnie.
Well, I think according to the standard theory of evolution, most, if not all, novelties or structures, if we want to call them that, are
it's not optional.
Modifications.
Well, it's not optional. You have to provide it. It's necessary. If you're gonna say we came from fish, it is necessary for this process to have happen.
Okay, is there a structure in tetrapods that cannot be derived from a structure in fish? Can you give me an example?
For example, we can have a certain structure in a fish that is not found in a tetrapod, and you need to provide like a tetrapod gaining that structure.
Like de novo
Okay,
mutations. I know
wait.
you guys hate those though.
So are you saying like a unique trait in fish that tetrapods need to gain? That doesn't make much sense.
For example, like an alligator actually gaining feathers, that would be evolution. If it actually gained feathers, that would be evolution.
Well, we have evidence from the fossil record of other fossil lineages gaining feathers over time.
Well, that you're just presupposing that evolution is true. That's just say like, look, that a dinosaur had feathers, therefore it's true.
Well, not just that they have feathers, but that they conform to the hierarchy that we see in other lines of evidence in living species.
But you're just saying that you are actually just saying like it had feathers, therefore it is true.
No, I'm
You're
saying
not.
we can predict exactly what structure the feather should exhibit in specific layers, depending on what we see in living species.
No, that's just observational science. You're just looking at that, looking at these fossils and saying, therefore.
I thought fossils were historical science, according to your view.
There are evidence for that thing living and dying, and that's about it.
So if I find structures on a bone that indicate there was some muscle attachment to it, you're saying I couldn't say anything about that?
I mean, if you want to pull out the DNA, but I don't think you'll find DNA in fossils.
No, I didn't say anything about DNA. I said like just pure muscle attachment signatures on the bone, like little marks where the muscles and feathers would have attached. Are you saying we can't tell anything from that?
Well, yeah, but that's still part of the fossil.
Yeah, but there's no feather or muscle attached. So you said you can't tell anything except that it lived and it died, right? Those are your words.
Yeah, but if you're saying the feathers are part of the fossil, yeah, that's part of the fossil.
Yeah, but the feathers themselves aren't preserved. We have to infer the feathers were there from the scars on the bones. That's what I mean.
But if you're saying they're fossilized on the bone, yes, that's part of the fossil, though. If it's an imprint of feathers, yeah, you're still deriving.
No, I'm not saying imprints of feathers. I'm saying positions on the bones. We have little indentations where the muscles and other structures from other parts of the body would have attached in life. That's what we see in living animals. That's what we see in fossil animals. So I'm not talking about fossil impressions or anything like that.
Oh, so you're saying because like the certain structures that they look like it might have feathers, therefore it is safe to assume they might have feathers.
Well, I mean, you can see these same attachment points in living species when you cut off the feathers and look at the bones by themselves, but you see that in fossil species, you can reasonably conclude that they were also there.
Isn't it just as fair to assume that they weren't there?
That, in what way? That makes no sense.
Well, you're saying like there's this fossil, you're like that looks like it might be bird-like, therefore it might have had feathers, but you don't. There's no evidence of feathers on the fossil. But isn't it just as?
Yes, there is. I just pointed out there's evidence of attachments for those feathers.
Well, then that's part of the fossil. If there's attachment points, then yeah, it's part of the fossil.
No, but the feathers. Never mind. Let's move on to a different topic.
Kidoki. Sorry, I got a cough. I had it for like a couple days. It's better.
Okay. Oh, hope you feel better.
Thanks.
I think I have one of my cousins out in the kitchen, but I'm not sure. Want me to go check?
Okay.
What?
My cousins. One of my cousins?
You got a lizard?
No. A banana.
No
ladies, and
GF.
ladies and gentlemen of the audience, you have just experienced very dry humor from the one and only Jackson Rowe, where he is admitting he has family relations with bananas.
A few
Not
billion times removed. Yeah.
And he is also a cannibal because he likes to eat bananas.
Actually, I don't like
Therefore,
bananas
he
that
eats.
much.
He's got a war fetish.
Well,
listen,
is it cannibalism if you put peanut butter on it?
No.
According to you guys,
Jackson.
probably.
Probably. See, Jackson, we share a dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Mine's better.
do you guys eat chicken?
I eat chicken.
Do you eat chicken?
Yeah, of course.
Do you eat? Do you eat? If so, then you're a cannibal. If you're a Evo.
Well, I don't
I
eat
guess so.
primate. Never eaten a primate before.
That's true.
Oh, so you're saying
Well, yes,
that would
I
be
would say
so
that.
that would, from your position, wouldn't that be like saying if you eat a cousin?
I've eaten my cousin.
Bruh.
Well, I
What
mean,
are you doing?
Hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen, he is in Arkansas after all. That would make
I'm
sense.
just kidding. I
Sweet home Alabama.
What an odd turn this has taken.
What are you doing, step cousin? Or I mean, step ancestor?
Okay, so I am not understanding how we have 59 people in watching this stream right now and nobody is joining. Come on, folks. The link is in the side chat. I'm going to post it again. I'm very. We usually have 30 people. We usually have like 10 folks in the.
Well, I'm sure nobody's gonna come here to defend James. It's
Well, that's-
undefensible.
Plus,
Yeah.
the two most defensive people are on the panel right now. Me and Bubble.
Yeah.
That's
Don't
true.
you forget it, Germania in the side chat.
Well, we have the ultimate beta in Germania. I tell you what, that guy he has an obsession with me. Doing full streams about me. Although I have to admit that it makes sense that he and Mike, have their little relationship because the two of them are both obsessed. It's very interesting how that continues to happen.
So
there
I
we
guess.
go.
Oh, there we go.
Now we got people coming in. What's up, Dustin? What's up, Ray? How you guys doing?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
All right, Dustin, you were here first. So what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
Oh, hold on a second. So, yeah. I thought Kent won. Not much to say about the other side, to be honest with you. How you doing, Jackson?
Controversial statement.
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Other than that, I just came in because you invited me. But it's good to see you, LPP.
Appreciate it, man. Well, thanks for joining the show. What's up, Ray? How are you doing? Did you watch the debate, or are you coming in for the after show?
Well, I got to see a little bit of it. I didn't get to see the whole thing. I got to do domestic duties. Got to cook my grandson dinner, tacos tonight. Yum. But I did see the end of it, and I guess I got a recapitulation of it all with when the debate was kind of opened again by the Atheist Junior's closing statement.
Was that a subtle pun recapitulation?
Yeah, it was very, very weak humor there, but yes, it's one. I know already Kent Hovind's shtick, but because I've seen him debate many times, but it's awful hard to present evolution evidence because there just really isn't any other than we'll see. Here's a fossil and here's another fossil. This fossil must have created this fossil somehow. But
I might quibble about that, but we'll get into that.
Well, there's some serious trouble with that kind of assumption, and there's also some serious trouble with the whole idea of going from fish to a tetrapod. I mean, fish are meant to be buoyant. All their structures are meant to be buoyant. Their fins usually aren't attached to their skeletal structure. Their fins there. Some, I guess, a few fish have, but that's about it. But I mean, you've got to have some tremendous foresight to go from gills to lungs. You just couldn't happen on that accidentally. It's not like tissues are just trivial matters. Lungs are completely different than gills.
Well, I don't think lungs evolve from gills per se. I don't think that's the structure they're purported to evolve from.
No, lungs and gills exist at the same time.
In some species.
The galleons, like Tiktaalik and Canthostega and all those.
I really just want to know
where did the lungs come from? Where the heck did the fish come from? It's a big step from let's just skip the whole chemical thing, just give you all the Big Bang and all that kind of stuff. You go from an amoeba, which is a prokaryote, to a eukaryote. I mean, there's some serious problems with that, going from a single cell creature to a multi-cell creature. And then how does a random thing like evolution figure out that there's land and that it needs lungs and it needs feet and that it has to have different eyes? I mean, there's just a lot of things that would require serious foresight to do if you wanted to do it, let alone just leaving it up to luck.
Well, I would say evolution is has some stochastic elements, but I wouldn't say it's random in that sense.
I mean, rational appearance. Would you say creationists have the high ground right now? Would you agree with that statement?
On what?
That we have the high ground.
On what?
On the whole debate, like the entire debate. I would say genetics.
No, I would probably vehemently disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, if you think so.
Yeah.
Well, the genes required also, I mean, you have all these different genes that are used to form a body plan. Most of them are...
not actually. The genes between different animal... Oh, am I echoing? Uh-oh. Hold on.
I think that was Bob. Bob always echoes.
Well, I think more people joined, so go ahead.
All right, we got James Dare and Bob have joined. James, you were here first. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate?
My thoughts look like Dr. Hovind dominated. The other guy didn't really hold his own. It seemed kind of interesting. Like it appeared like he was reading from a script.
Yeah, I think he Googled.
There's a very high probability of that.
Yeah,
that's
like, if you
my guess, anyways.
Yeah, that hurt my ears.
What's up, Bob? Welcome to the stream, man. Good to see you. How you been? And what are your thoughts on tonight's debate? Oh, we lost Bob. Okay.
I think he said he's going to try joining somebody else again.
Oh, joining in from his laptop. Okay, I saw it. Yeah, I don't know. These debates, it's like whether or not you want to agree with James or disagree with James on his positions, he just needs to not debate. I mean, the way he presents his arguments are from this, well, I just am not going to listen to anything that you say perspective, and you don't know, nothing that you say makes any sense whatsoever, so I'm not even going to pay attention to what you're saying. I'm just going to state what I'm saying, even though I don't actually know what I'm talking about either. I'm just going to say it over and over again and act like I'm a very condescending person, and therefore, no matter whether or not what I'm saying is true or false, you're wrong. That's the way he comes off, at least to me.
Like original arguments to some of the debates I've done. I'm not saying I've done any better, but I've tried to bring original stuff, not just talking points.
Well, yeah, they're dogmatic. I mean, have you actually listened to their criteria for evidence? It's like, I want to be God, or like, I want to see God. It's like, that's absurd.
Oh yeah, nobody has topped in all of my debates. Nobody has topped Randolph Richardson, where he said he just wanted to have God's omniscience and omniscience and omnipotence for 2 weeks, and that would make him believe that God exists.
I remember that.
I mean, Darwin's never going to be overcome at this point of just like, and then he said that he wasn't insisting that he become God in order to believe that God exists. He's like, that's not God. Like, Yeah, it is, dude. If you want to be omnipotent and omniscient, that makes you God by definition. Like,
The job's not
that's
available.
not all of the God powers. Like, okay, whatever. Well, sorry.
The job's not available.
Say again.
I said that job's not available. It's already taken.
Yeah, well, true.
So
Robert,
where they get these crazy ideas.
Is that
my
Bob?
my question?
Oh,
sorry,
my
Bob.
head's all weird. Let me fix that.
Yeah, I'm a newcomer to this stuff. So if I make a mistake, it isn't through being rude. It's ignorance.
Oh, you're good, man.
Sorry.
Good.
My question for the evolutionists is, when Haeckel's been exposed as a fraud, all of his pictures are frauds. Recapitulation theory has been debunked. Why and how do they keep using it? It makes no sense to me.
Because they don't actually look at the science.
Because you haven't replaced it with real evidence that they can use.
So they got to use a lie?
Yeah, they'll use a lie as long as it furthers their goals, and if they find real evidence, they'll use that instead.
Yeah, there's a reason they keep defining evolution as just like it was a variation. It's like that's not what evolution is. It's very deceptive wording.
There's a small mountain of evidence that has been faked by evolutionists. From Haeckel to Nebraska Man, there's all these different ones. And of course, there's the mistakes they make. Well, this was a precursor, and they found no, it's just another dead ape. But the last one I saw was some guy named like Zeitler or something like that. He was faking carbon radio dating.
Charles Lyell is another one.
Yes. And yet they don't trust creationist scientists.
Well, now as you mentioned the fossils again, I will say that, at least in a codistic sense, fossils aren't treated as the direct ancestors of any other fossils. At least when you want to be technical about it, it's the branching pattern.
But again, you're starting off with a presupposition. Like, you have to justify that presupposition. That's the thing. You don't have any evidence to justify this presupposition.
Exactly.
The presupposition of common ancestry?
It has to be a direct descendant of one of the predecessing fossils, or at least one of those predecessing fossils' relatives, right?
No, that's what the lines are for. It's like, well, we found this creature and this other creature that's, a few features are similar to it. So we'll draw a line from it to the other one, and all these, the line represents all the zillions of transitions, darn lucky ones at that, change the creature into something else.
Let me put it this way. If, say, for some odd reason, humans were able to fossilize, and we found your fossilized cousins, but we couldn't find your parents, would you therefore conclude that you're not related in some broader sense just by that fact alone, that you have no direct ancestral line that you can point to?
You're using hypotheticals to justify your position. It's weak.
Yeah, it'd be more like going from a pet cemetery to a human.
I'm using the exact same logic.
No,
you're not, because we're all humans. Although you might say run across some pygmies and then see some Zulus and then think that they were two completely different species, and or entirely different forms of humans, or I guess apes. But you'd be wrong.
Also, it kind of depends. Because there's two different types of creationists on this panel right now. You have the monotheist and the polytheist. I'm a polytheist, so I don't believe in any of this speciation.
Who's a polytheist?
Me.
Many gods?
Yeah.
So how long do you think that a frog could be in a torpid state and come out of it and still survive?
Haven't they found frogs in rocks? That's a pretty long time.
How long? How long?
I
do you
think they
think
found fossils in
to
rocks.
stay in a torpid
Like,
state? And then
No,
be
they
able
found
to, like,
actually.
are you talking about that desert frog in I think Australia?
Could be. There's also ones here in I think the deserts of California. Also, when it rains, they show up. They quickly mate. Their tadpoles, I guess, grow up real fast, and they bury themselves in the mud before it dries up and wait for the next rain. Kind of silly.
Don't trust me.
That's how
With
they
enough
work.
time, yeah.
They'll do it in ice cold weather as well. What I'm asking is, like, how long could they possibly be in that state and still revive? And I'm asking empiricist and Jackson if either of them want to take a guess.
I don't know exactly, but not more than like a year or two, I would think.
No, maybe not like maybe a couple hundred or something.
No, I wouldn't. I would say no.
No.
So I bring this up because I was just watching a video by Ian Juby. His channel is Wazulu, and he has a section in one of his most recent uploads, but it's a re-upload. But he covers a number of cases prior to Charles Darwin where there have been toads that have been discovered that have been dug out of rocks. And after being dug out of solid rock, they come to life after being exposed to room temperature, and they jump around for some period of time from, like an hour or two to a few days. And as far as a few days, they lose track of it according to the records. So maybe they lasted longer. Back to Maine.
Wow.
Your robot
That's a
pretty
loud
bad.
keyboard.
Hey, whoever is typing needs to mute themselves.
Oh, that'd be me.
I'm
Sorry.
Did you say I'm roboting?
No. Somebody was typing very heavily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that something could evolve to just be torpid for heaven only knows how long. And not only that, but I mean, how come evolution knew to make fish, the shape that they are? How come we don't find hundreds of fish that are all malformed as evolution tried to blunder into it? And then even if it did
Because
blunder
that's
into the
how
solution, it
evolution
has no intelligence. It would blunder right out of it and make a non hydrodynamic fish.
Because
Oh,
a hydrodynamic fish would leave more offspring due to natural selection. Natural selection would favor that overall type of body plan for a fish in that
Well, in
environment.
theory, unless all of the fish that saw this freak of nature that looked wrong said,
Yeah, but you're also starting with a presupposition that it already has that information.
Can
The
somebody
problem is, where did he get that information?
can somebody
Information.
explain? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it doesn't work.
I was going to ask the question.
I
Can
just wanna
somebody
know how it-
explain how natural selection selects?
I can explain that.
And can you get a can of selection and show us how it's natural? Where's the brains come from to make the selection?
Well, natural
Exactly.
selection isn't a conscious process. It's a result of population genetics. So basically, say you have, I could point out an example here, but basically the necessary factors that you need are some kind of heritable variation within a population in some type of trait. And different variations of that trait are going to have different likelihoods of surviving and reproducing and hence passing on that variation. So due to the environment and differential reproductive success, you're going to get some variations that will become more common in the future in that population. And that is what we call the process of natural selection. So it's not a thinking, feeling thing. It's a natural biological process that is the result of these different factors interplaying. with each other.
It's dumb luck.
Well, here's a problem. Here's
Doesn't
the
make
problem with that.
sense.
Here, let me reply that. The reason
And
the
read
problem
Darwin's Origin of Species from
Ugh, I did.
1859.
okay,
This was
Let me read
already
that again.
established.
let me
Do you
explain the
have full
problem with
title
that.
of that book? The original full title of that book?
Yeah, tear it up.
It's really a moot point. It's just it's kind of a gotcha thing. I'm just curious if you know it.
What, you mean the whole races talking point?
Preservation of favored races.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, well, Victorian language in that time was different than we have today. Races meant more like a
No.
subspecies.
You didn't read the book,
Okay,
did you?
if you want to say that Charles Darwin was a smart scientist and came up with this theory, fine. But to try to go back in time and rewrite history to make what he said in his culture, which was acceptable in his culture, where he didn't actually mean what he said, no, that doesn't fly.
Well, sure, Darwin
Racist.
was definitely racist in some aspects, but he was progressive in other aspects for his time.
Well, the progressives were racist at the time. That was the whole
Hang on.
shtick.
Did I just hear Andrew say that Darwin was racist? Because I have heard so many atheists in evolution debates go on tirades about how he was not a racist, and that is a bunch of propaganda made up BS by anti-evolutionists.
I've
So,
always said he was probably racist because just
Well-
the time period.
well,
Right.
He was genocidal.
for the most part, you're
He wrote the
relatively.
title for his book.
The evolutionist wants to deny the fact that Darwin's a racist by saying he was an abolitionist, but slavery and racism are two separate things. You could be an abolitionist and still be racist.
Yeah, racism doesn't imply hate, but Darwin was like a race supremacist.
Oh yeah,
Well, in the
definitely.
sense of man, he advocated genocide of every inferior race, other than white, of course. And he even went down to like some of the primates. He said the slaughter will stop at the baboon level.
Where do you say
So
that?
that's worse than racist. Although I guess a
Well,
racist would probably think the same thing.
So real quick, we don't have to divert the conversation to it, but John, I wanted you to see that link that I posted. I don't know if you've seen it before. I thought it was very fascinating. I posted in the private chat. It's Ian Juby's video where he talks about the toes that have been in rock for supposed millions of years, like in dinosaur layers. And then they carve them out of this rock and then they just jump back to life.
Interesting. I'll have to check that out. That's very cool.
Okay, let me do a reply to rational empiricists. The reason natural selection isn't an answer is because natural selection only eliminates what's already there. It's not a system that provides
It
new
is
information.
purifying selection, but there are other means of selection.
Here's the thing:
Different variations can become more common in the population also.
Wait. Let me continue. Purifying this thing, it doesn't do that. For example, if environment or aliens naturally selected for like taller and taller humans, do you know what happens when people get excessively tall? It causes a disease. So, and with it, for whatever natural selection thing you want to select for, if you push it to its extreme, it'll eventually turn into a disease.
Yeah, giantism is a modern day example. I think that's explicitly what you were referencing. There are people that grow
Gutsick Gibbon admit
8 feet tall.
Yeah,
But
Gutsick.
the problem is that when they grow that tall, their bones particularly do not grow structurally at the same rate, or at least not in a rate that is appropriate for supporting all of the extra muscle and flesh mass that comes with that extra height. And then they have joint issues and stuff like that their entire lives. And then so the idea is that these people would grow taller, or maybe some species would grow bigger, and that's somehow supposed to be selected, but it wouldn't be selected because that thing would have so many issues because it doesn't have the other genetic information required or genetic programming required to back up, to fill in all of the gaps that are required to
Make that actually
account
work.
for or accommodate for the extra muscle mass that's required to operate that body.
So you're trying to cross this bridge that's uncrossable. You have to build a bridge first, and that's the problem. You don't have that bridge.
Wait, what? So you mentioned the musculature. Can you repeat that point one more time? Make sure I heard it properly.
Yeah. So the people that suffer from giantism, because it's a disease, it's a genetic mutation that's not really beneficial. They grow taller and their bones grow more, but the density of their bones is what's the word, inhibited. It's not as dense as it should be, and the muscle mass and the flesh mass is more because there's more body there, and the bones can't support it, and that causes joint issues and things like that.
Right.
And,
Yeah, I would say that's physical constraints. Sure.
And Gutsa Gibbon admitted this. It's like she was covering my debate with LBP, and at one point she said, "You can push mutations too far." Well, the whole point of evolution is pushing mutations way further.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. You have to take it with a grain of salt. So to be charitable, we're talking about something. Generally, I think we're talking about something like going from not having a lung to having a lung. How does that work?
Swim bladder, no lung.
But a swim bladder does not absorb oxygen into the bloodstream. How does that function get tied into the swim bladder, and how is it beneficial? How does that, for one, it seems like such a subtle change that if it were to occur randomly in one creature, one instance of that species, that it would inevitably just get bred out. It doesn't seem like a change that would actually be beneficial, at least at first, to that species. Inevitably, it could lead to that if it did, but the fact that it's, in all other intents and purposes, identical to its the rest of its species, it would be that one thing would be bred this very small percentage of the overall population, and probably eventually be bred out.
Depends on the environment. If we're talking about a really stagnant environment where oxygen in the water is pretty low, that could be an enormous advantage because oxygen levels are higher in the air.
So you're proposing some instance of Earth's history where the oceans were almost gone?
No, I'm saying that you could have species of fish, for example, that already live in this type of environment and they're doing okay, but once you have this mutation and lungs appear from some precursor structure.
Wait, here's
you can't just say
lungs appear from some precursor. So diaphragms, the muscles, the impulses to breathe, the correct number of alveoli, the oxygen, carbon dioxide just shows up over time. Sure. It's like throwing, I don't know, some iron filings in a river and expecting a steamship at the other end. It just won't happen.
That's the problem with these kinds of discussions, is because when you try to, say, go from asexual species to bisexual species, most people tend to just go, oh, well, it just happened. That all of these, they don't understand the complexity, the difference, the extent of the difference between this is what asexual reproduction is, this is what bisexual reproduction is, and this is the exhaustive list of differences that must exist for either of them to work functionally.
Think about how you're thinking about mutations. and what is the amount of mutations necessary. Because you're thinking of mutations in these terms that like they are somehow deliberately going and shooting off into some direction and building a bridge.
Well, that's why variation within because within a natural population, you have outliers on both ends of this kind of spectrum. That's why variation is so important, because it can lead in different directions depending on the environment.
But that's the thing. You're thinking these mutations have like some sort of a consciousness to them, like they actually have a guiding or some sort of guiding element. No, they're just being the environment is just weeding out the ones who gets to live and gets to die. But that doesn't, the mutations themselves aren't like we're gonna build this new structure.
Yeah,
Well, right. The organisms that
mutations.
happen to have that structure will leave more offspring. It can thus be modified by future generations.
But
due
none
to
of the
further
mutations know where they're going or why
You need
they're
a
there for future purposes.
I have a
Hang on,
question.
Hang on one second, guys. So, Dr. Danny Boy is in the side chat saying that asexual to sexual is trivially easy to explain. So, Dan, I would like you to explain how we are unable to take male, female, and get them to work when we're trying to recombine and get them to actually form, but they don't, or they always terminate. And that somehow there seems to be all sorts of significant markers in female and male that are necessary for that to take place. And that there's massive amounts of research on this problem. And there's been attempts for over 100 years at this point to try and solve that problem or figure out a workaround. And they still have not to this day. So I'd really like you to explain to me how that is trivial to account for when we can't do it. And we theoretically know the process that would have to be done.
I was going to ask him. I was going to ask empirical. How the heck are the mutations organizing themselves? That's I think the fundamental problem there.
Yeah, and why do they remain? Since the mutation is just a change somewhere in the DNA without any purpose or plan or foresight. Why wouldn't it just wipe away, a beneficial mutation, assuming there was one? You're pretty hard pressed to find one. But, anyways, why would it retain these primordial steps towards, like we're saying, a lung, swim bladder to a lung, even though that's quite a transition right there? Why would it keep any of the steps along the way? It wouldn't know whether they were successful or not. I know a rational guy says, well, the guy will survive through natural selection, but no, that's just dumb luck. I mean, sure, maybe it'll pass on its genes to a few, but there's presumably other creatures out there also. It's that whole how to fix a gene, or a trait into a population. I mean, it can be done, but the odds are against it. And who knows? What if this super creature's mother gets killed while out foraging for food, and this super creature dies? I mean, there's just so many things that has to do with dumb luck. As opposed to, it's just, well, I'm bigger, better, and stronger, and I'm going to go out there and procreate like crazy. It's not a guarantee.
I think Jackson was going to say something.
Yeah, I just have one thing to add. There are fish even today, like arapaima or alligator gar, that use swim bladders to breathe in low oxygen environments, and when the water has low oxygen. That's all I really want to say.
Okay.
Oh yeah, lungfish too, but they gulp the air in. They don't have a diaphragm to breathe, and it's not really a fully functional lung. But it is interesting. I was reading a lot on lungfish a little while ago, and how the ones they make this particularly weird gulping sound as they suck in air, and they use it to live in shallow warm water, which is dissolved oxygen is very low in there. So they're able to live in there where most fish would just croak.
I don't want the claim that bisexual reproduction is easy to explain from asexual reproduction to go unaddressed. So a few questions that I would have is one, so it seems to me that the male ejaculative functionality and the female receptive functionality have to exist in the same generation or a couple generations. Those two things have to evolve at the same time. One of them has to evolve the ability to give their portion of DNA to another of their same species. And then that has to also have the ability to receive it and to be able to create a zygote, right? Some sort of egg. And then did the immune system evolve before or after that ability, or that, combinatory ability was evolved? And if it was before, then the immune system had to have evolved. But then when the immune system evolved, it started killing the egg in the womb of the female because it wasn't the same genetic structure as the entity, the female entity. But if it was after, then all of a sudden you have an immune system that's already working, trying to kill the offspring that this female entity is trying to incubate. So which one evolved first, and how many generations were there where they just all died off and no one had any kids because the immune system wrecked everything? Or if you were to say that the immune system evolved after the reproductive ability was evolved, then how did that get from the point where all of a sudden you have, or not all of a sudden, but you come to this point where you have an immune system that starts fighting things that are not your DNA? It still comes across this zygote or egg that does not fit your DNA. It's not your DNA. It's different. It's wrong. That when did the female of any species, or how did the female of any species within a single generation, because that seems what it has to be. It has to be within a single generation, attain the ability to segregate that zygote from the rest of the body, protect it, because that's how the human reproductive system works. It's segregated in such a way that the antibodies of the female cannot touch the egg. I think that was actually only two. There are more questions, but
You're roboting
tubes and all that stuff.
You're roboting a bit.
What's that?
You were roboting a bit.
He didn't robot.
Did you understand?
He didn't robot for me. He was must have roboted for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's a simple process. I don't think it's a simple explanation. I don't think it's easy. I think that's.
I'm seriously blown away by Dan claiming that sperm and egg, like gamete fusing, is no big deal. I mean, that's reducing something that's known to be extraordinary, have a ridiculous amount of different components that are necessary, and all sorts of things you're talking about. But like this is well documented out there. Like we barely scratched the surface of the things that, and we're discovering new things on a freaking daily basis that are going into reproduction. And
the ability to split your code,
and then people
the ability to send the code and then recombine it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much error correction going on. I mean, the stripping of the epigenetic markers, some of them, but not all of them. I mean, it's crazy what's going on in that whole process. I read a book on that, like 8 or 9 months ago. It was published in like 2020, I believe, and they went into great detail about all these things that were just like blowing the researchers' minds. And they'd found this and that and this and that, and we didn't know it was doing this, and holy crap, it does this, and it's like, and we when we try to do it ourselves, we fail miserably, and we can't do it. You have to have like these specific pieces. And when we try to do, supposedly it's just, in the whole, it's not that big a deal to go. You just need, a whole different cell type to form. That's no big deal. apparently. But then you also need to have, well, from everything we observe, you need to have male and female, and somehow there's recognition of which one is which. And if you don't have that, then you have embryos that don't form, things that just implode, or nothing happens. They get deleted. So, like, that is what is observed.
Yeah, what if they have the orifice to receive the genetic information, but they don't have any place in their body for which they can store the thing and incubate it until it grows larger and then spit it back out so that it can produce? Like, there are so many things that are involved in bisexual reproduction. I don't understand what evolutionary process could possibly get you from I just make more of me to I unite with something that is like me but not my gender and then make more of me. There's so many different things. They have to, as far as I can understand, all have to evolve at the same time. What, Jackson?
So why is Donnie being so mean in the chat? That's not like him. From my point of view. I mean, maybe I'm a snowflake also.
Who?
No, you're actually a Putin supporting terrorist, according to the establishment. So, yeah,
that too. Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
I was just ranting. Like, I'm good.
Yeah, I think what James, I think what Ray said was right. Like, not only does one individual in that population need to have that mutation, multiple individuals within that population have to have that mutation around the same time in order for it to be promoted, or else it's just going to be white noise, just background noise, and it's going to get removed.
And look, like Jackson, can you understand the gravity of this problem? Like, not to say that, well, okay, I understand the gravity of this problem, therefore evolution is false. But can you understand the gravity of this problem of going from asexual reproduction to bisexual reproduction? Do you have any?
Sure, it's complicated for sure.
Well, yeah, but it had, presumably in your worldview, it had to evolve gradually from some process, presumably asexual reproduction, to bisexual reproduction. And there are a lot of stages. Like, have you ever considered the vast complexity of that and how it might have formed over gradual periods?
Yeah, I've thought about it, but not too much on the how to sexual reproduction arise. I just know that it's fun to do.
Well, see, like, oh, okay. So I'm going to ask you a hard question, and it's a yes or no question, but I'm not going to really expect that from you. But is there an answer? Have you considered an answer? Dr. Dan's here.
He's probably better equipped to answer than I am.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the question?
How do you go from asexual reproduction to bisexual reproduction, given all of the variables that seem to be required for bisexual reproduction out of the gate?
So I have an answer to that question. It's a long answer, so I don't think this is the appropriate venue. I just wanted to come on and invite anybody who wanted to, we could set up a chat on this on a, wherever, and like have a conversation dedicated to that if people wanted to, because like there is a really, really interesting answer, and the evolutionary dynamics of it are awesome and they're very well understood, but it's not the kind of thing that, it's not a 2-minute or a 5-minute answer. It's a long conversation, and I would be happy to have that conversation with literally anybody. So
that's
all I wanted to say.
So Dan, what's the name of this one? Because all the ones that I've read have cratered. So what's the name of the latest one?
The latest what?
Explanation.
The latest theory.
Yeah, the latest theory to explain it, because all the ones that I'm aware of have cratered. So like, what's this one called?
So it doesn't have a name. It's a process. evolutionary process is operating on sexually reproducing populations. They go from undifferentiated gametes to differentiated gametes, and like that process is well understood. So if anybody wants to talk about it,
how does that all
contact with me?
Can you give an overview of the
we can talk about it, but I'm not going to have that conversation now. But I'd be happy to if anybody wanted to. And obviously, I'm sure I am positive that you wouldn't want me to host it, and that's fine. I'm sure we could find somebody else to host that conversation. Is there a video that does have the rundown of it, or like some sort of link? Is there a video? I mean, you could take like the place to find it would be an evolutionary biology textbook or a class. Like it's not exactly like specific. Bring the clicks on YouTube. You know, it's. I mean, do you have like a specific link anywhere we can like? I don't have a. I mean, I could recommend a good textbook if you would like.
I could recommend a couple. One question: did the immune system evolve before or after bisexual reproduction?
You know, let's see. I have no idea. I would think after. But
does the system that you were discussing, you were saying that there's like this process. Does it state whether or not that is the case? Which one happened first? Does it state, does it give any indication how the ability for the male, for instance, is able to split its DNA and send it to a recipient, and the recipient could take that split DNA and recombine it?
Yeah, so that process, like that's just recombination is what we're talking about, and that process predates sexual reproduction by a long time. Like that's, everything is capable of that. Even asexual populations do recombination. It's decoupled from reproduction. So this process you're talking about, it's not just reproduction with variation, right? It's not just time and mutations. It's different, right? No, it's a different thing from that. Yeah. It's a specific way of doing reproduction that involves changing the ploidy to haploid and then bringing it back up to diploid. And then, so the cells that do that are called, or the cells that result from that process are called gametes. And then all your gametes can be the same within a species, like fungi do that. Sure. So they can also differentiate, and that's what it comes down to. So does it have like a mechanism to retain the past information and organize future information? It doesn't change anything. It's you're shuffling a deck of cards, right? You're just getting new combinations of alleles. You're not. So it doesn't have using specific alleles. So it doesn't have like, okay, so it doesn't have a system to like for future generation of genes and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. It doesn't have a method or like oh wait, sorry, I'm clicking ads away over here. It doesn't have a it doesn't have a way to generate future genes or future information. It's so as a mechanism of evolution, what it does is it generates new combinations of existing alleles. There are other mechanisms that will generate new stuff, but like actual new alleles or new genes. Sexual reproduction doesn't do that, or I should say recombination doesn't do that. It generates new combinations of whatever the two parents have.
So Dan, was the womb or egg evolved before or after this ability to recombinate the male and female DNA? Was it before or after?
So I think we're conflating like sexual reproduction, having male and female, versus like having specific reproductive structures. The structures would have come later.
What I'm asking is like the difference between asexual non-gendered versus gendered.
I'm sorry, I don't really understand. So it's you have, like I said, it's a longer conversation. Yeah, you're going from just
non-gender
mating types. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are certain things that have to be, at least that's how they are today, right? So I'm willing to afford that maybe it was different in the past, but today we have eggs and we have womb. Okay. Did the ability to recombinate DNA from two different instances of speciation? I don't know if that's the right terminology.
I think I hear the recombination came first. Yeah.
Okay. And then so the recombination came first. How did it get from? Well, what was the recombination like back then in originality?
Like asexual populations can recombine, and that's easy. It's just they do things like transformation, which is where they just pick up DNA from the environment. You can do transduction, which are viruses move stuff around.
They just said picks up DNA from the environment.
Yeah.
Like the video game Spore?
It kind of, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Dan.
Well,
can you guys hear me?
Because, like, from our perspective, I gotta ask, where did that DNA come from in the first place? Because you're saying it's just a recombination, but recombination wouldn't lead to the generation of new information. Yeah, it sounds iffy. It sounds iffy for right now.
I mean,
you know?
That's a well documented process called transformation. It was first documented in 1929.
Yeah, but
really controversial.
But it's not the generation of information, so it sounds real sus right now, you know. But you know, we're willing to hear you out. I'm willing to look at. I'm willing to look at it.
Well, look, I'm gonna. So if anybody has any last minute questions, but I'm gonna call it. But I'm easy to reach. So if anybody wants to have a longer version of this conversation, I would be more than happy to do that, because it is a really interesting. The origin of sexual reproduction, awesome. I could talk about it all night. Except
I have a question for you. Yeah. So Dan, I'm curious. I'm wondering if you have a rational justification for your atheism.
I don't think I've ever said I'm an atheist. I don't know why that's relevant.
Well, no, yeah, well, you are. Your channel is the Christian Fish, titled Creation Myth, so you're antagonistic to the biblical worldview. So surely you must have a rational justification for your position that there is no God, right? So Dan, how is it that there is no God?
Wait, RL. I'm.
Hold on, Bob. Dan doesn't need a white knighter.
I just want to say something.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Bob,
because if you're just gonna
Dan, please,
no justification, Dan.
Redefine. Come on.
If you want to go,
Dan. So how is it that there is no God?
I honestly, like, I don't care. Like, they're so. It's hard to find a conversation. I find less interesting.
My question again was, I'm wondering if you have a rational justification for your position that there is no God. Pretty simple.
Here's one for you. No, and I don't care, because I don't.
So,
I just find
you are not
boring.
A rational atheist.
No, I just don't think about it that much. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not. I think it's fair to say
I'm looking high and low for a rational atheist. And I thought, because you are an educated individual, that you would believe that positions that are
real quick. Hey, real quick.
I
think Bob was trying to ask him a question before.
So if Bob wants to, and then if you want it, like I said, longer version of this, happy to do it. Anybody here, standing.
Bob, ask a question, folks, and then we'll get back to it.
Yeah. I know where RL is going. It's presupposition. I can't say the word.
I know what you mean, though.
So
again, I don't care.
I just want a layout or a graph or something of how from asexual reproduction to bisexual reproduction, with as much detail as you're willing to give with confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm asking. And that's all I wanted to say, and then RL can go back to what he was doing.
I can 100% do that. I actually have some graphics that I use in class to talk about, like, why the selective pressures work the way they do. But again, that's not a short conversation. That's a long conversation that requires a little bit of background. So, but I'd be happy to talk about it another time. I just wanted to, since I kept getting muted in the chat for inviting people, to talk about it by one of your mods, John. So I just wanted to come on and extend the invitation, out loud to anybody who wanted to have that conversation. And John, I appreciate you giving me the time to do that. Thank you. And thank you for the conversation, everybody. Have a good night.
And last thing, and I'll shut up. Dan, I put my email in the private chat, so you can hit me up.
I have a science question for you, Dan. I believe that recently you did a stream, and you were attempting to critique Dr. Sanford's work. And I believe that you, in your stream, you suggested that, I think you stated very clearly that he didn't account for genetic drift. Did you read his work that you were critiquing?
I've read all of his work, so the answer is yes, even though I'm not sure what you're specifically referring to, but yes.
So he
All right.
did
Good night,
account
everybody.
for genetic drift in his evolutionary modeling program, or
I'm not sure what paper you're talking about. I need
you
more
read
context.
all his work.
I'm sorry.
That you said. So did Dr. Well, because you just critiqued him, I figured that because you are an educated man, although you are not, you don't hold your beliefs rationally, according to you. But you did critique him, and you did acknowledge that you read his work. So did he account for genetic drift or not?
When you say his work, you need to be more specific because he's written a lot. So
his evolutionary modeling program.
I don't know what
his genomic degradation.
There's books and other things on it, so you need to be more specific. I can't, and honestly, I think you're just trolling me. So have a good night, everybody.
Are you talking about Mendel's accountant?
Yeah, his evolutionary modeling program. Pretty sure Dan did a stream just the other day, and he was going on about how Dr. Sanford and his genetic entropy did not account for genetic drift. But that's actually false.
Yeah, like just say yes or no. That was a bit sussy there in the end. But like, he literally thinks it's like spore. Holy snap! Look, like old atheists really think it's like freaking Pokemon. It's like
so since he mentioned game theory as supposedly in the side chat, he's talking about game theory somehow explaining sexual reproduction, evolution. And this paper I'm looking at right now, The Evolution of Sex, is a specific test on the disruptive selection theory. I'm guessing that's probably the one he's referring to. I could be wrong, but they got a whole section here on using game theory to explain this. So I'm wondering if that's what he's relying on. And this paper is from 2018, so relatively recent. I'm wondering if that's the model. I was asking him to give me a name of, which he wouldn't.
Game theory is something that I've studied, but I don't understand how it associates with evolution.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to like provide a link so I can look at it.
I wanted to ask him why he calls it a process. A process is something you do with a final goal in mind. And evolution couldn't possibly have a final goal in mind, not having a mind.
Yep. Yeah, because like the rocks would need a process first.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite a long road, and it requires so much luck. It's just silly.
Yeah, he said like the organisms were picking up DNA, and that's literally the video game Spore. But
well, I think you can do that with microorganisms. Sometimes they'll do that to mess around with them. They can put in different types of DNA into a culture, and some of them will absorb some of it. But yeah, I mean, to go from absorbing some material from another bacterium to sexual production, once again, it's a very simple process.
Yeah, it's like, first of all, like, what organisms can do that? Like, can humans do that? Like, can dogs do that? Of course not. But
yeah, why can't we go backwards? I would maybe like an extra me around. Why can't I divide and form a clone of me?
But even then, the question remains: where did the DNA which was absorbed come from in the first place?
Actually, Ray brought up an interesting point, or maybe I transitioned from it. But why would asexual reproduction be inferior, per se, to bisexual reproduction? Rather, a better way of saying it, why would bisexual reproduction be superior or more immediately beneficial as far as natural selection is concerned? Why would that be better than asexual reproduction?
I think it's the chance for more genetic diversity, but I'm not sure.
But that's the thing. Diversity is the enemy.
That's the thing that an asexually reproducing entity would not conceive of. How does it function? How is it functionally better? Like you can think of it like philosophically, it could be better, but from the perspective of just things doing what things do, how do you get to the point where you reproduce asexually and then all of a sudden there's this one group, the small subsection of your species is now bisexually reproducing? How does that overtake the population of the asexually reproducing species?
Yeah, because
just bacteria are super successful and they're very tougher than we are in some cases. So yeah, I don't see any survival advantages to becoming a sexual producer. Go ahead, Corporate.
Yeah, because not only does one individual within that population has to have the same mutations, because it's multiple mutations, and like multiple individuals within that population that around the same time have to mate with each other, which then would propagate it. But like, you're already presupposing the mutations, which it would be like not just a single point mutations. These are like thousands, if not millions.
Yes, that would definitely be a problem. It would require a lot of luck. Although I was thinking there is one creature that I know of. There's probably others that do something called. Let me see if I can say it. I've read it so many times, but it's always different talking about it. Parthenogenesis, I think it's called. Water fleas do that. They're all females for a certain period of time, and they lay eggs, and they're all pretty much clones of their mother. And then at some point, half of them know to turn male, and then they have sexual reproduction, and then they go back to being all females again.
You heard of the Brahminy blind snake?
No.
Yeah, they're all female. They reproduce through parthenogenesis. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, I always think of those with some fish that will, if they're in an all-female environment or male environment, one of them will turn into a female or vice versa. That's always interesting. I always thought it'd be weird, you'd have a group of your friends go off and they're all the same sex, and then one of you changes into the other sex. You'd have some explaining to do when you got home.
So I wonder if the dramatic plunge in sperm count and testosterone levels is what is the actual underlying root cause of the transitioning growth that's happening in modern society. I wonder if that's what's going on right now with humans. I don't know if you guys, by the way, sidebar for the audience, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there is a couple different chemicals in plastics that have caused a 90% reduction in sperm count. And it's getting to the point where they're having some serious considerations and concerns about like humans not being able to reproduce in the not so distant future. It's becoming a serious problem. And on top of that, it is also causing let's just say dramatic reduction in male genitalia size. So that's serious. That's not what you heard? Well, there's papers on it.
I didn't get a chuckle out of Mountain Dew. Come on.
Well, I guess I'll drink less plastic stuff now. Plastic water bottles.
Oh no, the whole losing junk size that's for like the next like babies that are being born right now have this major problem.
That's not my problem. I don't care.
Yeah, well, you should, because
I'm just kidding.
Like if you ever eventually actually close the deal, then
I have before, just not with this one girl. Let's stop framing it like I'm a virgin.
I didn't say you were a virgin. I was talking about if you've been out of your game has been weak, man.
Well, it's been longer than that.
Bro, have you smashed yet?
Nope.
Bruh. Get on that.
Find one and take her.
They want it, bruh. They want it. Look, women are just as perverted as men, but they hide it more easily. I would say even more.
Part of that is cultural.
That is true. It's cultural.
What were you saying, John? You were saying something before we were talking about this.
Oh, I was saying that the plastic stuff is reducing male sperm count big time, like 90%. It's pretty significant.
You guys see my idol in the background here?
Who's that?
General Issam Zaradine.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what you're now observing is why Jackson hasn't been able to get the girl, is because he actually has daddy issues. He has daddy issues for a general.
Syrian general.
A Syrian general.
What do you do?
A poster of. So, Jackson, is there anything you wanted to actually tell us?
What about the poster?
Well, no, about the fact that you actually have. You're more interested in daddies than girls, and the whole "I'm on Tinder" thing is a facade to cover up the truth.
You know, maybe subconsciously that's what it is.
What's your thing?
Is that a Freudian slip?
Officers. What's wrong with NCOs?
What'd you say?
What's your thing with officers? What's wrong with NCOs?
Oh, nothing. Just they're not as charismatic as the the higher ups.
Oh, is that
what did he do? Okay. What did that guy do?
Oh, he defended a city from ISIS that was besieged for 4 years.
Dang.
He did by himself, or did he?
No, it was the 104th Division of the Syrian Republican Guard.
Yeah, right.
A few thousand men.
To be clear, I'm not bashing. I'm not bashing officers. I'm joking around. But.
That's pretty cool, I say.
Yeah, but he died in 2017.
Did he go like a badass, or did he just like poop himself to death?
No, he was killed by an IED.
Oh man! So
he was killed in service.
So Bubblegum, you just got called out, bro. Says no, save it for a wife. What's wrong with you? And no, women are nothing like men. Sorry to ruin your fantasy.
Yeah, keep saying that. But when you're in bed, who do you like to bend over?
Oh man.
Well, that's kind of the thing, right? They're not like men.
Yeah, they love to take it. They like to deny it. They like to play like, oh, I'm not in the mood.
I don't know.
Not with me. Always in the mood. Now.
That's sometimes true. So I'm gonna head out. It was great talking to you guys. So John, remember, I don't know. I could post a link again if it's been lost. It looks like I can't scroll up that far. I don't know if you grabbed it.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so 1 Corinthians 15:1-4, the gospel by which you are saved is that Christ Jesus died for our sins according to the scriptures, was buried, and he was raised from the dead according to the scriptures. Look, it's that simple, okay? It's not of works. It's not of anything that you do. It's not of anything that you did. Jesus died for our sins. All of us have sinned. All of man have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and Jesus died for all of mankind, so that anyone that believes on him, Jackson, can be saved and have eternal life. God bless you all. Good night.
Good night, Bob.
Amen.
Good night. All right. So should we do roll call
with the general thing? Or did Bubble scare everyone off? Did I scare everyone off, or did Bubble? What was one of us?
I think it was me.
I'm gonna go with Bubble because I think Bubble scared everybody out the other night too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'll take blame.
Yeah, you can't bring anything about sex up with Bubblegum, and he just gets. I mean, he loses control.
I'm a dog.
He can't handle it. He's still in weird mode.
Nah, I'm kidding.
He's a young guy, that's the way they are.
Yeah, he's still in full hormone blast.
I think Bubbles'
Whoa, wait a minute.
offensiveness is endearing.
I mean, I take it with I take it with with humor. It's all good. What's up, Christopher? How you doing?
Offensiveness is endearing. I mean, I take it with with humor.
Christopher, you're echoing, bro. I think you got your yeah, you got your YouTube. Hang on, I got you on mute, buddy. I think you must have the YouTube tab still open or something because it was getting crazy delay echo.
Echoing? Hang on, I got you on mute, buddy. I think you must have the YouTube tab still open or something because it was getting crazy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're hearing we're hearing like a crazy delay.
2 seconds in the past.
Yeah. Oh, do you still have the YouTube channel tab open, or are you just in StreamYard?
You're muted.
All right. How about now?
Let's see. I'll say something now. Let's see if we get. No, we're getting echo again. It's weird.
It's weird. Still getting echoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the old call-in radio shows. Please turn down your radio.
We're getting. Okay, well, hang on. Just when you want to say something, Christopher, just raise your hand, and then we'll mute ourselves so we don't get echo. So right now we're on mute.
Well, I don't think that he won that debate. The reason is because he brought, he just snowballed Hovind with all of these different things. And Hovind can respond to them, but just because you can respond to something, that doesn't mean anything. You really have to focus on the details, and they don't want to focus on one point. They just want to scramble to all these different kinds of things and raise doubts. I'm really not liking it, but I think that was probably his best debate.
I mean, it didn't help that all his information was like out of date by decades.
That's often the case with atheists. They're never right on the cutting edge. They're usually 20, 30, 40 years behind.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, look what we got here. Dan has escaped from ICU and now he's in recovery. How you doing, Dan? Good to see you, man. How you feeling?
I can barely hear you. Let me turn my speaker up. Can't hear you.
All right. Can you hear us now? We're getting some echo from Dan too, but that's okay.
I can. I have my speaker all the way up. All the way up.
All right. Well, you're coming through. We can hear you. So what's on your mind? I was coming through
before I logged in.
Yeah, we can hear you. So why don't you go ahead and say what's on your mind?
Well, anyway, y'all go ahead.
Hang on, let me message him.
We can hear.
Well, Jungle, go ahead and what's on your mind, man?
Yeah, I thought the debate was rather a little bit annoying because some people you have to start from square one and have to start from scratch and teach them every little thing that they believe that they've been misinformed about and everything. And I think that was the case with James.
He didn't seem to know a lot of Hovind's positions, like for example.
Yeah, and Kent was like waiting for somebody that would try to present Haeckel's drawings or something for the longest time so he could jump on it, and because they use it as evidence in the classes all the time. They're still teaching it. And he's waiting for somebody to try and defend it, so he jumped on it today.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, when James started using that one and then denying there was any kind of controversy over it, I was just cracking up. Like, man, talk about issuing up a softball. And what's funny is I'm sure that over on Atheist Junior's channel, they're probably completely somehow substantiating that his position is correct, which is funny. And
Yeah.
real quick, guys, before I forget about this, so for everybody, a couple weeks ago, I want to say a big shout out again, thank you to all the folks who supported the Give Send Go crowdfund campaign I did for helping out that homeless lady, and I want to give everybody a heads up on that update. So yesterday, I was able to meet up with her. She was at a halfway house, or she's found a halfway house, all set up in that. She's got shelter taken care of. And we went and got groceries and a bunch of other stuff. But I actually, when I dropped her back off, we did a little short video. And so for everybody that supported the campaign, I want you guys to meet Edie. They've been helping out and hopefully like I said, put a face to a name and give y'all some. She wanted to say thanks to everybody. So give me 1 second here.
What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, and I want to say a big thank you to everybody that helped me raise some money to help take care of the homeless lady that I've been helping out for quite some time, Edie. And today we actually went out and were able to accomplish a lot of things together and kind of get things kicked off and really started for her. Now she's found a fantastic halfway house. They're really helping her on the shelter front. And then so today we went out and got her an ID, went to the grocery store, went and got clothes, bus pass, a bunch of other things. And she just wanted to say thanks to everybody, and I want to introduce all of y'all to my friend Edie. So without further ado, I'm going to put the camera over on her and let her say a few words.
Thank you very much for helping. God sends angels to me every day. Today you were all my angels, and I thank you.
And Edie, you were telling me a little bit about something you're wanting to do, which is at some point, I think you said you wanted to sell T-shirts and poems and knickknacks and stuff. Is that right?
Yes, I want to open a shop, and it's all things good, because that's as close as I can get to all things God.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks so much, Edie. Appreciate your time, and thanks for saying thank you to everybody. And I'm sure that will mean a lot to them, to all the folks that were able to help you, and hopefully we'll be able to help you more in the future.
Thank you. I'm on the right path now.
All right, awesome. Thanks.
So anyway, that was Edie, and we were able to. She was sending me pictures later on of all the stuff that we got and how she was getting to show off for all the other folks that were they're sharing that house with her. So again, I want to say a major thank you to everybody who donated money to the campaign and prayers and everything. She's definitely trying to, like I said, she was on a suicide watch there and was having some major issues. I mean, her life was basically imploding, and her common law husband, who's currently in jail and calls me like 10 times a day. It's getting very obnoxious, but I actually spoke with the DA's office on Friday, and yeah, let's just say he's facing minimum 8 years per charge. He's gonna be facing like 100 different charges, and he's got major heart issues, weighs like 300 something pounds, and just has like stage 3 cancer. So he's not gonna make it out of that. Let's say he probably won't ever see the outside of a jail again. So she took it very, very hard. But like I said, thanks to everybody for helping us help her out, and fingers crossed she'll be able to stay on the right path and be able to kind of build some kind of a normal life here. So anyway, enough of my tangent there. Appreciate everybody again.
Yeah, it was pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But what did her husband do, if I can ask?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Yeah, probably a bad idea. Sorry.
Probably didn't have anything to do with salamanders.
I also found it funny that Dad comes in here just to give a plug to try to convert people to his way of seeing things, and how male and female can easily get together and stuff, from what, And I went to his channel. I visited Dan. I talked to him, but he you know, he's just all about himself, I guess, because he never came to my channel, you know.
Well, Dan's a character. Dan believes very strongly in. He doesn't have a position on atheism, apparently, or at least claims not to. But he's very, very, very dogmatic about his faith in evolution. It's rather astonishing to like, oh no, it's just like totally explained, and it's like no, there's hypotheticals. They have in no way, shape, form, or fashion substantiated. And
it's not evidence.
What I find so funny about on the sexual reproduction stuff, like there's been plethoras of different models, and they keep imploding. Like the more we discover and more we learn, the more the plausibility of them craters. And then it was no, it's just totally reasonable. It's like it would take too long to explain. Like, okay, you need a textbook. Yeah, okay. What kind of textbook is diving into crazy detail about this? And because most of the ones I've looked at have very superficial explanations of this stuff.
That was an ad hoc comeback there. He was totally lost when he was answering that question, asked that question. I thought it was sort of funny.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Dan. It was, your audio is coming through great now. So, how are you doing? Let's get an update on you.
Well, it's been 10 weeks, and I still have breathing, and my oxygen requirement is going down. I'm at 10 liters now, and when I get to 5, I can go home. Of course, I can't do very much because I don't have any reserve oxygen. I don't have enough lung capacity to build it up, but supposedly for most people, in fact the majority of people, after about 3 months it starts building back up slowly. It could take a very long time, but the lungs start healing, and they'll never be 100% again, but I should get some life back. I hope I just get enough back to where I'm not such a burden on my wife. That's a big deal, but it's pretty rough. Well, anyway, thank God he wanted to keep me around a little longer. Maybe just so I'd come on one of these shows. Well, I've never been on one before.
Absolutely.
I watch it. I've been watching them for a long time. I started out with Standing for Truth. I don't know, probably about a year, maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. And then I started watching your site and of course, Matt's and Ken Hogan's. I watched that a lot, and I've learned a lot, but I don't agree with everything anybody says. So I'm just like the rest of you. I just want you to know that.
Well, it's interesting how many people, like, if you don't agree with me on everything, then you agree with me on nothing. It's like, that doesn't really make any sense, but I guess in your brainwashed dogmatic worldview that you can convince yourself of that. And this applies to both sides of the equation. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that all theists are like that or all atheists are like that. It's like, it fascinates me, all this stuff on YouTube where people are like, seem to operate from that position. And it's also, obviously in politics as well. I mean, so many folks, if you disagree with anything on the Republican or Democrat tenets, then you are a communist or a right-wing Nazi or whatever. It's like, this is crazy. Can we agree to disagree on anything? If no, then why are we even having conversation? Like, why are you here if you don't want to have a open mind to like potentially something that your position you have is wrong? It's really amazing.
Yeah, I pretty much got kicked off the Atheist Junior stream. I mean, I didn't get kicked off, but it got so awkward that I just had to leave. So, no.
I have one more thing.
They do the same thing.
Oh, go ahead. Who was?
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was a evolutionist till my mid-60s after retirement. And a friend asked me to take a look at the geologic column, which I'd never had. I knew there was a Grand Canyon. I knew all that stuff. But I started going in and on the internet and just looking not only at the Grand Canyon, but just everywhere I could find pictures. And it didn't take me long to realize those are flood deposits. So I went from being a 40-year Christian and evolutionist. I became Christian when I was mid-20s, but I still believed in all the jargon that was a local flood, which, or just a moral story, no one's. But then when after I looked at the geologic column, I said, man, there's no way these are not flood deposits. Absolutely no way. So then I realized that the Bible is history, or at least it is from a flood forward. And probably the rest of it too now. God said, well, shoot, in the beginning I created the heaven and the earth. And well, they come along and say, well, there was a beginning, huh? Well, so anyway, everything fits. Everything fits. So I've been a young earth creationist for about 8 or 9 years now. It's been a long time since it's happened, back in the mid-60s, but people don't follow the data. They follow it become like religion. On both sides, not just on evolution side. But I just can't imagine how anybody could just think these things just sort of magically happen. Go from this here to this extreme complexity here, just like snap of the fingers, or co-option. Oh, co-option, that'll do it. Nobody even knows that even exists. But it's become like a mantra. It's religion. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree with that. When people say that that the global flood was debunked, or there's no evidence of the global flood, I'm just like thinking, well, they just never knew about the evidence, or never were told about it, or is not honest about it, because, like you said, the global flood sediments are obvious. There's 5 or more mega sequences of water deposited sediments, one on top of the other, with no soil in between, nothing lived in between the layers.
No bioturbation, no nothing.
Yeah, and it's a mile and a half deep all around the world, and how can you deny it? People still deny it.
Well, I just don't want to see another theory or another process that uses time as a scapegoat as to why it can't be tested. Guys, I'm gonna hop off, but I think they're playing dumb. A lot of them are playing dumb. Look, they're trying to destroy humanity's faith in love and light. While the atheists might be useful idiots and puppets, you also gotta acknowledge that these entities behind them are still walking the same streets that we walk. So even after we do defeat the atheists on the public image on the Grand Theater, that's just the beginning of the battle. Look, it's not over.
No, it's a good point. Good point. And by the way, I think I may have deduced the reason that Jackson was, ousted or quasi ousted. I think that they suspect him of being a closet theist, and that's why they wouldn't let him stay.
Well, you hang around with the dogs, Jackson, they're gonna think you're a dog. Just being funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, they think you're a closet theist, Jackson. That's the truth.
Yeah, they might think I'm some kind of double agent. I don't know.
Yeah, probably could be that too, for all we know.
Yeah. They were giving me crap for being on Standing for Truth so much, and being a mod on there. They're mad about
they got wrench jealousy. Okay, hang on. Christopher had something to say, so everybody mute yourselves real quick so you can talk without echo.
I forgot what I was going to say. Keep going.
It happens to me all the time. And yeah, I got up at 3 this morning. I was raking dirt all day at work, basically. So my back's killing me, and I can barely form a coherent sentence. So I'm going to get off here too. But I'm probably going to stay awake longer and watch the war updates.
Yeah, is there anything new? The whole stuff I've seen is, Kiev is surrounded and yada, yada, yada.
It's a mess. The Ukrainians destroyed 10 helicopters on the ground today. It was confirmed. Russia lost another 20-something tanks the past couple days. They're starting to shoot civilians on the highway. It's getting bad. So both sides are doing this now, shooting civilians. So
yeah, they gotta stop. They gotta put a stop to it.
Yeah, something's gonna be
At this point, I'm really the weirdest thing for me is why in the heck is Putin holding back at this point? That's what's being weird to me.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's gone too far already. He should just pull the trigger.
I thought that was a plan to pull the trigger. Why isn't the Ukrainian president backing out? Right? Aren't they supposed to have a meeting?
I don't think they're going to have a meeting directly, but they're supposed to have some sort of talks in Turkey.
Well, no, they were supposed to have a meeting, and then like a week ago, and then Zelensky didn't show up, and then they were supposed to have another. They were going to have it on the border with Poland, and then that never happened. And then there was another one that was supposed to be had, and then it never happened either. So, I mean, like other people were being like asking, like, well, "Dude, are you going to surrender yet? Like, what is happening? You're not winning. Yeah, you're being able to take out some of the stuff. You're causing death, but you're not winning this."
The last I heard, he was saying that Russia could surrender. The last I, he was asking Russia to surrender.
Yeah. He's saying the troops should lay down their weapons. It's like that's not what's going to happen, dude.
I'll tell you what.
He's going to get more of his people killed. He should just say either come to some agreement, do whatever he says, or just surrender. That's the only way it's going to end peacefully.
Well, yeah, at this point, what I'm just not getting at all from the Western, the European, and the United States perspective is the Ukraine accounts for 25% of the entire planet's wheat. 25%. And per the war so far, they've already been talking about how they're projecting that they're going to lose at least 30% of the yield this year. So we're going to lose 30% of the 25% of the planet's wheat. Like that's a problem. That's a problem. I'm saying at a minimum, right? Like that's a serious problem. And Russia produces is like the number 2 or number 3 producer on the planet. I mean, they're gigantic. And like this is a serious problem, folks. And we're got all these idiots running around just being like spewing all these talking points and covering this up. And I mean, I don't know if anybody watched the United Nations hearing about the freaking bio labs and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, the level of propaganda BS coming out of our politicians' mouth is truly astonishing. And Romney the other day calling Tulsi Gabbard a traitor for talking about she talked about the bioweapon labs funded and run by the United States in the Ukraine. And then he called her a traitor for calling us out for having them.
But they've already been talking about it.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying. The level of propaganda and BS and misdirection and straight up politispeak that's going on in the United States is astonishing. I mean, it's like, no, at a hearing the other day, Newland admits that yes, they're there, and yes, we were funding them. And then the following day, we have Romney accusing somebody else of being a terrorist and a traitor for talking about the things that were already admitted in the hearing in Congress. Like, if you're now can be called a traitor for repeating what somebody else said in the hearing under oath, like what? Like, that's where we are now. That's where we are now, folks. And everybody's listening to like the propaganda from the media. I'm like, you guys lost your freaking minds if you think any of this is true. I mean, there's no telling what is the actual truth at this point.
You got to follow the money trail, the crony capitalist money trail, and Ukraine seems to be sort of a haven for it. Not just the United States.
Well, and here's the thing that came out like 2 days ago. By the way, it turns out that Hunter Biden and his little private equity fund was funding multiple of the biochem labs in Ukraine.
It probably leads to the
his capital Yeah, no, it doesn't. Probably, it literally does lead directly to the Bidens. I mean, it's like you can't make this stuff up, dude. I mean, like his little private equity group that somehow magically got funded is also funding biochem labs in Ukraine. Like you can't make it up. It's just, anyway. Dr. Kenny, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Doing pretty good. Kind of sparked my interest. I was listening and I didn't come in yet since I have nothing to say about evolution. I don't know what I'm talking about, biology. But the Ukraine thing, is pretty serious. And it's kind of hard to know the truth, and it sounded like you have some insight on like what might be propaganda, what might be the truth, because I don't know what the heck's going on with, it's, who can you believe these days, So I'm kind of curious what you know as far as clearing the air and some of that stuff. And I want to say hi to my buddy Jargon. And Jargon and I both decided that LPP is ugly.
Well, I'm glad you guys were actually able to agree on something. Even though I don't like the insult, I'm glad that you guys finally agreed on something. That's
we actually agree on quite a bit.
Yeah, the biggest propaganda thing. The biggest propaganda thing they're saying right now is that there are no neo-Nazis in Ukraine, and there are a ton of them.
For sure, 100%.
Yeah.
It's well known, well documented, out the wazoo. And what really pisses me off about the propaganda we're hearing now is, like, it is not even disputed that it's so well documented that the CIA, the United States, helped overthrow the government of the Ukraine in 2014. Like this is it's on freaking video, right? I mean, the NGOs that were funded by the United States that were like funding the opposition. I mean, it's crazy how our fingerprints are, the United States fingerprints are all over it, and not even denied, right? And then all the stuff with the Nazi like groups and stuff, like that's. I mean, Jackson, I'm assuming you've seen some of the videos of like the campaign rallies and all that stuff before the riots and the overthrow and stuff. Like they're literally walking around with freaking swastikas.
Yeah, the Azov Battalion logo.
Like massive groups of them, right? And it's like there's none there. Like, well, what are we looking at then? I mean, like it's known. Like this has been well established for a long time, and the chance of like the who they're gonna remove from society, all this kind of stuff. It's like you guys can act like it doesn't exist, but it does, and our hands are all over it. But in the fast forward to now, Zelensky was installed by us too, and this whole deal, I
Poroshenko before him.
Yep, and with the
you probably think that Biden was not legitimately elected either, huh? I think the fix has been in for many, many years, and we're just finding out about it, really, all over the world.
Yeah.
I would agree with you on that completely. I've said this publicly many times. Like at this point, I'm not saying there aren't other villains, but at this point, the United States deep state is the villain on a global scale. But now the Chinese villains, absolutely. Are there other villains? 100%. But we are no longer just operating as the truth, justice, and the American way. Good grief, that freaking died. That died with Superman.
But who's the deep state, though? The deep state is all these wealthy corporations and stuff.
Well, actually, the deep state, I know I'm pretty much certain that the deep state is a cabal of people who know each other. They'll end up in the news. They'll end up in government offices as bureaucrats. They all move around. So you'll see the CIA come in, they retire, and the next thing you know, they're working for CNN or MSNBC. Yep. It's all a big cabal of people that are really just ripping us off right and left. But Dan Bongino talks about it in one of his books called Follow the Money. It's not definitive. He's got 4 or 5 books, but I started following him, and well, I tell you, the guy with John Solomon, he's been great over the years. He's right in the thick of things. I don't know if he's still with the Hill or not, because he probably get a little bit too close.
The Hill fired him. Yeah, he's got his own. He's doing his own thing now.
But anyway, I haven't been on the Hill in a long time, so I don't know. I just go. But these people just seem to tie it all together, and it's almost indisputable because you see it happening. You see it. You know, this wife will be vice president of Goldman Sachs or something, and I mean, it's all one big cabal. They're all ripping us off. And I saw a guy made some quip 30, 40 years ago, and it just stuck with me. But somebody asked him a question: "Do you think the meek will inherit the earth?" Now, this is a big shot businessman, or banker, or something. He said they might inherit it, but they won't get title to it, and that stuck with me.
Well,
and
as
they're on it, they're on everything. Jefferson predicted this. Well, he predicted it. He said, talking about the bankers, how the miners, anyway, talking about how the way they do things, eventually the children of the posterity would end up not owning anything because they would own the whole 9 yards. I don't remember the exact quote. I have it somewhere in my papers, but that's exactly what I see. And really, it was my study of American history, revolution, constitutional history, which I started back in the early 90s, that alerted me to things. These were a lot of warnings in those papers. So this was going to happen. And Jefferson in particular was really upset with the, there was a war between the Hamiltonian branch and Jefferson, and then of course Madison joined in. But the first real crony capitalist, the first real traitor to our country, I believe, was Alexander Hamilton. He started the crony capitalist, ripping off the soldiers, cheating them out of all but like 10% of their pensions. He was just a really nasty human being. And Aaron Burr, as bad as he was, he was some sort of hero. But and that's been going on ever since. And I'll tell you, other really bad guys early on, with John Marshall, the second Chief Justice, he's a really nasty human being. And he's the one that corrupted our judicial system. So right from the beginning, we almost didn't have a chance. The fact that we survived over a few hundred years, I'm just shocked. But now it's just worse than ever. And they're going to rip up all the retirement pay with this inflation. And it's been their plan all along. But I also study the real crazy radicals because they're more than candid sometimes, more than they should be. The Cloward and Piven, I'm sure all of you heard of them. They want to overload the welfare system.
Yep.
Now, they didn't come out and say we want to destroy America. Well, maybe they did. I missed it. But that was their goal. They just hate capitalism. And they don't know why. They probably never even thought about it. They've just been taught to hate it, just like people have been taught to believe in evolution. Same old stuff. Anyway,
well, it's interesting that it's interesting that you mentioned Cloward and Piven, because anybody who doesn't think that the closing moves of the Cloward Piven strategy didn't start in 2008 with Obama and are now like the end game is being executed right now before our very eyes this past 2 years. I mean, it's just been accelerated beyond belief. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you need to think about this. In January of 2020, I believe the national debt was sitting at like 22 trillion. And we've now passed 30 trillion.
That'll buy a lot of infrastructure.
Yeah, it's insane. It is insane what has happened in the past 2 years. But and by the way, for anybody who wants to just be really freaked out, today marked the beginning of the end of the United States dollar, because today the Saudis had decided they're going to start selling oil to the Chinese in the yuan or how you pronounce it, not in the petrodollar. And the only thing that has kept the United States currency from imploding and going into massive hyperinflation is the fact that it's been the petrodollar and the global reserve currency. Well,
yeah, they call it the Bretton Woods Agreement, that they would only,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. So
sounds
Bretton
like something of a condominium complex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So, but the
now
Bretton
both of
Woods
those
deal
things
is
are on the chopping block. Russia's not going to use the U.S. dollar anymore, obviously, and China's going to use its money as instead of the
well,
petro.
and today,
Yuan.
and I think it was the end of last week, the Indians have implemented a new banking connection with the Russians to circumvent SWIFT and then being ousted from that. So you now have between China and India, you're talking about what is that? Almost almost 3 billion people have said we're gonna say screw you to the sanctions. Basically, I mean, if anybody doesn't think that the United States is like about to implode, is nuts. I tell you what, this past week I've seen all this stuff. I mean, during the lockdowns and stuff last year or in 2020 and a little bit in 2021, I was like, okay, I'm stocking up on food and some other stuff. And then it's like, okay, maybe things would be fine. No. I'm glad I bought all that food and bought other stuff because, man, we are, ladies and gentlemen, 25% of the wheat on the entire planet is currently in a war zone. Like, this is a serious problem. Serious problem because you might think, oh, well, what are we going to eat wheat? Well, guess where do you think the majority of the wheat goes? It's not made into bread and stuff. It's used to feed all the cows and chickens and all this other stuff is used to produce. So if you don't think we're about to see a just complete implosion in food, you're naive, in my opinion.
Hey, LPP, maybe not a lot of people don't know this, but I'm a pre-mill dispensationalist. I'm actually the black sheep of my theological niche because I'm, anyway, I want to get into all that. But I studied under some pretty prominent Bible scholars, Bible prophecy scholars. Mal Couch was a friend and a teacher, and a lot of, I have rubbed shoulders with Ryrie and Fruitenbaum and all those guys. I found it very interesting that a year ago, our government actually acknowledged UFOs, their existence. That is very significant. That's Genesis 6, Days of Noah, all over. And now we have what, from my understanding, Gog and Magog, I believe that probably precedes the tribulation. My eschatology says, the Battle of Armageddon has these particular nations. Well, you have a scenario where the kings of the north, they're going to be pulled down to attack Israel, and then God's going to miraculously intervene, and people are going to say, wow. So I find it, I'm not a date setter. I've actually pulled out of teaching any kind of Bible prophecy because of the nut jobs out there. But I'm telling you, we may be really close, biblically speaking, as far as the return of Christ.
Well,
I have an eschatology too. And I believe we're in Revelation 20:7-9, where the devil is deceiving the whole world. In the last verse, verse 9, he says, and he compassed the camp of the saints about in the beloved city. Well, the only beloved city I found in there was in Hebrews 12, which is the church. Now, if there's not a worldwide war of Christianity, I don't know what is. And then, well, anyway, the camp of the saints, it's only mentioned one time in the New Testament, and even vaguely, but it says put Peter and Paul together. In Ephesians, it says the holy temple is composed of the Israelites, and it says the Gentiles join to build the walls of the temple, and they become fellow citizens with the saints. Well, I've never found any saints in the Bible except for Israelites, but that's beside the point. So that really makes sense. It all comes together. So anyway, they're sitting there with the Holy Temple, and Peter in 1 Peter 2, I think, says the holy city sits on the people that putting it together, the keystone or the foundation stone is laid on Mount Zion. Well, where do you find Mount Zion? You find it up there on that mountain where the beloved city, the holy city, the church says in Hebrews 12. So I believe the whole theme of Revelation 27 through 9 is a worldwide last-ditch effort, last hurrah of Satan and his minions against the church. Period. That makes sense?
Oh, yeah, it does. I mean,
Yeah, I'm familiar with the position. Yeah.
Well, what's really, I find it so
You know,
interesting.
it took me 45 years to figure that out. And I figure I only have two things left to learn, the Old Testament and the New. So, you know, that's my
if you figure that out, maybe next you could figure out women for me and let me know.
Next time I see Jesus, I'll ask him because I don't know.
I've been married for almost 30 years and I can't even begin to figure it out.
Well, look here, folks. We have Christoph he wants to be one of the last scavengers looting houses. And he says that being one of the last scavengers looting houses to sustain life does sound fun. You know, I wonder if that's
zombies.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting that there's been all of this propaganda about all the zombie apocalypse TV shows for the last, 12, 13 years at this point. And I find it very interesting how even the U.S. military has been undergoing training where they actually mow down people that are, acting in like the zombie fashion. And it's like, why are we having our military train for that? Seems a little bit strange. Why do we have so much so many TV shows, movies about this stuff? Obviously, I don't think we're actually going to turn into zombies. But when you look at all the stuff that's happening with we won't talk about too much, but all the stuff that's happening this past 2 years, right? And the ongoing the admissions that it doesn't work, but then hey, you're gonna have to take another one. Like, really? Well, that's interesting. What are you injecting people with at this point? And
hey, do you think that our openness to zombies now is because we elected one?
Which one are you talking about, Kamala or
the
Joe?
president? The president.
I think that Kamala may be trying to compete with Biden as to being, which one of them is the more senile.
Oh, well, Biden, he's senile, but she's a witch, so there is a difference.
You think she's actually smart enough to be a witch?
Maybe not, but she's evil enough.
Well, yeah, true. I tell you, what really blows me. I tell you, actually, I'm going to remove the word blows. What just completely gets me every time is the fact that the woman who is currently the vice president of the United States she pulled Monica Lewinsky's all the way to the top.
Yeah, she's from California. Yeah.
Willie Brown.
I mean, the fact that was it James Brown, I think, was the mayor of San Francisco.
I think it's
Willie Brown. Willie Brown. Yeah, Willie Brown, like, straight up said, like, "Oh yeah, she was his little mistress, and that's how she got her first positions." And like, so you were Monica Lewinsky it all the way to the White House. Congratulations! And now we have a cackling fool.
Yeah, doesn't know anything.
I mean, she forgot where she was when she went to Poland. I mean, like, totally forgot, like, didn't realize who was in the alliances and didn't know who was in NATO. I mean, come on, man. How did you not get prepped before going into, like, yeah. I mean, what's so sad, too, is we didn't send Biden. I mean, because Biden would, like, poop his pants. Literally. It's just so bad.
Do you remember the Democratic primaries where it's like there's this fight, and then the next week it's all settled. There was nothing. Biden's this, and I'm going, something weird just happened, and I want to see how this, vets out here.
I knew the election was not going to, something was going to be weird on it when. What was it, the day before the South Carolina election? Like, 4 of the candidates just dropped out. And so they weren't going to be able to beat Biden. when they had
Yeah,
beaten
that
him
all weird stuff.
in the
Yeah.
previous elections, he had been in like getting destroyed, and they're like, "Oh, we just don't have the support anymore," and it left. I'm like, "What?" Yeah, okay. So we have a attempted Bernie Sanders round 2 is what we got going on right now, and with except in this context, it's Biden is Hillary, and they're going to try and put her forth, even though she's he's incompetent and mentally destroyed. But okay, real quick, Landon and Steven have joined us. What's up, Landon? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What are your thoughts?
Okay, can you hear me? My phone was glitching.
Yeah,
it
you're
wouldn't let
good
me
there.
unmute myself. Well, I didn't see the whole debate. I only saw pieces of it. I thought that I didn't really see a whole lot, so I don't know how many thoughts to offer really. But I thought that what was the guy's name? Was it James, the opponent of
Yeah,
Kent?
James. Yeah, James.
Yeah. It seemed like he was kind of doing more of a bare minimum approach. It didn't seem like he really, I don't know how knowledgeable he was really on it. It seemed like more so that he was just using evolution to, affirm his atheism, and that was just his, he was wanting to kind of copy R and Raw, I guess, in some ways. I don't know. I thought it was weird he had the portrait of him in the background. Like, I know you guys were mentioning that earlier. But I don't know if he really gave it too big of an in-depth, argument. Really, he was just kind of providing more of a basic approach. Random mutation, natural selection. This is why it works and all. And I don't know. It wasn't really anything we haven't really seen before. I mean, I enjoyed hearing him. It'd be nice to, hear him debate again or have him on a hangout or something. Maybe we could, get along with him. I don't know. But I just thought it was kind of a very basic debate on his part, and Kent, he kind of, he made the same arguments I'd expect him to. He does a lot of time. So I guess it was just kind of what I expected from what I saw.
That makes sense. And let's see, Steven's also joined us. What's up, Steven? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Is your mic working?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're coming through.
Yeah, I had to totally restart my browser for it to notice that it was muted. You would think with evolution things would get better. But basically, I've noticed every time you have evolution debate, they always seem to bring it back to they have evidence. They interpret the evidence, and they keep taking their interpretation as fact. And anytime that creationists point this out to them, they turn the tables back around and say, well, creationists, you sit there and you have an interpretation. That isn't fact. And we go, we know this. But they can't seem to have their own argument on their own facts. It's always twisting and diverting.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with you on that. I mean, it really is interesting how so many of them, and this applies to just atheists in general, I think, just seem incapable of grasping that you are operating from presuppositions and faith-based positions as well. You're interpreting things as fact, to your point, but that doesn't mean there isn't some probability that you're incorrect and we're correct, or vice versa, or somewhere in between. And nobody ever wants to actually address that reality. And yet, to your point, claims that the other guy is just being off the rocker and not, just avoiding everything and blinded by God of the gaps, this and that, and cognitive bias and all the usual talking points. But can't see the forest for the trees. And I'd say sidebar in our other portion of our conversation about the end and such. I was thinking about this earlier today of just how the whole premise of in the end, man will rather believe lies than the truth. It's like I feel like that is becoming more and more and more just blaringly obvious as every day goes by. And,
just watch the news.
Can I comment on the last subject there what Steve brought up? I noticed this early on once I started looking for data, because I believed in evolution just because I was told to. I mean, I never you don't work with it. It's useless in industry and the applied sciences, so you never hear about it. Nobody ever talks about it. It wasn't until I retired that I started hearing about it. And I wondered early on, well, where is the evidence? It's just not there. And I couldn't figure it out. I said, well, certainly people hadn't went all this time and not have any evidence. So I looked, I bought all kinds of books. I got all kind of a huge library. But it wasn't until I went back to Darwin's 1859 book and read it very carefully that I realized there is no evidence in that entire book, none. He over extrapolates his observation of breeding and all this other stuff. And he always has the rhetorical gift to put it back on you to prove him wrong. So he makes up these stories, puts it back on you to prove him wrong. It's one big just so story, or better stated, a nice collection of just so stories, like a series. There's no evidence in it, not one speck. And that's what really got me. I got footnotes galore saved up in my software so I could spit them out on Darwin's book. Well,
for a minute there, I thought you were going to tell us you had to believe in evolution because your wife told you to. I was thinking, man, I can identify that.
I think that's true of a lot of people. Well,
yeah, told so, yeah.
You won't find any evidence in that entire book. It's all guess. It's all reason. It's like the Enlightenment reasoning. Well, if it sounds reasonable, then it must be true. Really, that's pretty much it.
Well, that's why whenever we get, like Danny Boy earlier today talking about like, oh, there's totally an explanation for sexual reproduction and like how that evolved and everything. I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, so what is? I agree with you. Well, here's the thing: when you're reverse engineering something, or analyzing, like I know everything that has to happen, or at least most of what has to happen, or some of the things have to happen. So all I got to do is be like, well, part A will have to be connected with part B, and part B and C have to be connected to part D, and then E gets connected to A, and then there's another bar that goes over to connect, the rest of the components together. Like, congratulations, you just explained what would have to happen if your model was true. But you can't actually prove that your model was true. It's like, it's why I always use the analogy of like writing computer software, right? Computing code. Like, I could be like, what lines of code would need to be inserted in order to make XYZ function work? They're not here, but if I need to get from function A to function B, what would I have to insert? Oh, well, I guess the lines of code that I need to be inserted in the right spot, that's what happened. If those lines of code formed, then I would go from A to B. Like, okay. Nobody would ever claim that that's remotely plausible of an explanation of how this happened, except in this context. And it gets me every time.
John,
so,
LP, I think, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I think it's fair to assume that everyone here doesn't believe that evolution or the theory of evolution is reasonable, right?
Well, for me, I think it boils down to just like Coke and Mentos, really. That's my understanding of it. At least that's what John told me.
Yeah, you put that into Pepsi, right?
Exactly, yeah. You put it in Pepsi, you get a chemical reaction.
Oh, sorry. John, I was revisiting your Richard Dawkins analysis on code, where you brought him out in the video where he was being, and
it's not code, it's Coke and Mentos, right?
I'm surprised this wasn't emphasized, because he said, now the code came by natural selection. I said, what? I listened to it again. That's really what he said. I mean, it's natural selection. That's God. And so, if you can't figure it out, use natural selection of the gaps. But what in the world is he talking about?
But
there's nothing to select from. There's nothing to select from. You got a bunch of information that has to be there first, or simultaneously with everything else. There's nothing to select from. And
it's only going to select what's already there.
Yeah, but yet I thought y'all would really get into that in that video, because that was the craziest thing he said. Most everything else he said really plausible, and that's what's scary about people like Richard Dawkins. I think Stephen Meyer said that he frames things well. That's why he's so successful in tricking people into believing a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah,
But,
just step
but
back
anyway,
and look at the bigger
think about
picture.
what the code by natural selection. What on earth is that? Just code is code. It doesn't really seem to have I mean, it has an origin. It has a my origin, but it's sure not natural selection.
It can't write itself.
So I think everyone is on the same page here that there's no legitimate evidence for, for everything coming about from just this one random like goo of amoebas that somehow had a mind of its own to start turning into all these different billions and trillions of species. I don't know how it decided to have the food first and the water and how it can feed itself at the same time. So I think we're all in agreement there. But don't you guys also agree that the theory of evolution is the worldwide consensus within the scientific community to the point where you can actually get a PhD in evolutionary biology?
As long as you don't rock the boat. Consensus
Right,
is not science. It's
Yeah, you have to
consensus
parrot
is used
everything.
whenever the theory is not strong enough to stand on its
Just
own.
parrot what they tell you, what they say. You got to parrot back what they
Right.
tell you.
Really.
Right. So, like most universities around the world are going to teach you an evolutionary perspective for biology and the origin of life and creation stuff like, or they
That's
won't
what
teach
we
you.
disagree with. We disagree with that teaching. Yeah.
Yeah. So even though, despite the theory of evolution being the consensus, the majority consensus within the scientific community all over the world, we at least all of us here on this panel and maybe people in the chat and people that follow LP's channel can agree that evolution is just a bunch of BS, and it was created by Darwin and maybe other people to sort of take away the glory from God and his creative power. But my question is, why is it that we can question evolution and pick apart how it doesn't make any logical sense and is not reasonable, but we don't question what they have to say about our cosmology? How can we just repeat that and pare that back about us living on a spinning globe?
I don't know really much about biology. My problem with evolution is purely philosophical. And so there's an interplay between, what is cited as evidence versus, the philosophical underpinnings that gave rise to this purely mechanistic method that gave rise to the diversity in the universe. It's actually a rejection of the Aristotelian, even Thomistic point of view that there are true essences that need to be cojoined with parts, kind of the whole part relationship. And so if you have all the parts, you have to have essences. Well, essences are immaterial concepts that require agency, and you need God to, well, I'm not going to go all into that, but for me, actually, evolution, it's not even the issue, because the issue of mechanism is not the same question of agency. So I can understand how a Model T works up and down and in and out, but that tells me nothing about Henry Ford in the sense of, agency, although there's an implied cause-effect relationship. But you have to have, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right about that, Ken. But I think he's asking another question, and I wanted to respond to that a little bit.
Yeah, please do. I'm out of my realm when it comes to the specifics of biology.
Okay, we'll make the real question that's being asked by Rebel is, if we're questioning general consensus on evolutionary biology, why are we not flat earthers? Is what he's really asking.
So he seems like a reasonable guy so far. So I just want to see how reasonable he is. That if he can understand that you can go right now on your computer and book a flight on Qantas, a nonstop 14-hour flight from anywhere in South America to anywhere in Australia, you could book a flight and take the flight, 14-hour nonstop from South America to Australia. Do you understand how that just totally disproves a flat Earth?
I'm not a flat earther that has researched too much about the flight patterns. I know some other people have, but no. So I couldn't. No, I don't really follow your logic there. No.
Well, if you look on the flat Earth model, you'll see that Australia is opposite South America and New Zealand. It's completely on the opposite side. And it would be totally impossible to take a 14-hour nonstop flight without refueling from South America to Australia if the flat Earth was true. And besides the fact that you're flying south to get to Australia from South America, and from Australia to get to South America, you're flying south until you cross the pole, and then you're flying north again.
Well, it's actually funny you mentioned having to refuel. I've come across some information that has sort of suggested. I haven't fully delved into it yet, but I came across it doing my research that suggests that airplane technology and the way their engines work and how they fly actually doesn't have to do much with. It might sound crazy. Doesn't have to do much with actually gasoline being gasoline powered, because what do they say? Like how many gallons are supposed to be filled up on a plane? Like it's something. It's like a ridiculous amount, which would amount to like almost thousands of pounds. Which if
I
you
think
see
the
like
wings are hollow and both wings are filled with gas, I think.
Both wings and in the center as well, the center of the plane as well.
But how many gallons is a plane supposed to hold at a time?
Oh, it just depends on the plane. Whatever
Like,
it takes.
let's talk about the biggest commercial, like Boeing plane. Like, how much?
Do you know which ones they have? They got the 777. 777 can do it. 787 can do it. Nonstop, all the way,
Okay.
14-hour flight.
Can the Air
And-
Force One do it? I don't know what Air Force One is, but
747.
Like,
the planes are loaded with enough fuel for it's like inventory in a stock room. You have a certain amount of safety stock. There's no just in time in the air, so they have to load just enough fuel for the flight, plus a good safety level.
And
then
a little
go
extra.
beyond that because it costs them a fortune to carry all that fuel.
Although
Yeah.
you're right. However, this past 2 years, pilots have been freaking out a little bit because that extra that you're referring to has been getting smaller and smaller, and their amount of
they're squeezing them. Oh, wow.
yep, big time.
I thought you were saying that they were shocked because they were running into these tic-tac shaped objects that are flying through the air at thousands of miles an hour and defy our laws of physics. Pilots are reporting that stuff too.
Yeah, well, that's very
Military
true.
pilots.
Okay, so in line with that, Kenny, do you think that do you hold the UFOs are actually like interdimensional entities?
Yeah, my metaphysics would allow, in the same way the Old Testament, an angel could materialize and create its body instantly. I think they have the capacity to manipulate E equals MC squared in ways that we couldn't even fathom. So yeah, I believe they're fallen angels that build craft because they can interact with our realm.
Yeah, that's what I kind of hold to. And I
wouldn't go that far.
One of the things
Well,
I've always found interesting is one of the stated objectives of the CERN Hadron Collider, right? One of their stated objectives is to rip a hole in space-time and peer into the beyond. And what I also find interesting is their headquarters is built on top of a temple to Apollyon. And It's like interesting. So you're trying to open the doorway into other dimensions. It seems to me that perhaps, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they may be opening the doorways to the smoky pit, if you will, that's
Yeah,
mentioned in
but I
Revelation.
think they're so far behind. I don't think they'll ever arrive there because it's a spiritual thing anyway to begin with, as a
Yeah,
spiritual
jargon.
power.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I think the physics may not be there, but you know, I deal with this stuff that have in the past as a pastor.
Well, because I
Again,
mean, you know the story about Philip, right? Philip and the eunuch. He was telling him, and then he just vanished and appeared in another city somewhere.
yeah, I think that's quantum entanglement that the Lord,
Well,
impossible mechanism. But anyway,
that's
transportation.
possible. Yeah, that's possible with God, but that's not possible with our technology. No, we're not even close to that.
Oh yeah, we would never be able to do that, and well, maybe not never.
I think the spiritual realm answers a lot of mysterious questions about the Bible, beginning in Genesis 6. And throughout Canaan, all the weird things we see around the world that, so how can man possibly do that? Well, I think the spiritual realm does have a lot to do with it, but I wouldn't go beyond what the Bible says. And even I tiptoe on that, but I also think it explains the fossil record and all the crazy things we see in the fossil record are crazy to us, and why they didn't make it. Why they didn't make it on the ark is because the angels, there's hints in some of the intertestamental books, and even in Genesis, that all flesh was corrupted, not just mankind, but all flesh. And so God found two of each kind that matched the kinds he created and left the rest. That's why they're all jumbled up in the fossil record.
I think a little bit of what you're saying there kind of goes with my view that, you know, fallen angels can manipulate genomes. We're doing that kind of stuff now. We're only at the beginning of what can be done, and within the history, you know, mythicism, you've got these titans, these, you know, demigods, and these, you know, half this animal, half that animal. I do believe that there was a lot of experimentation that the fallen angels did.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100% on that, Kenny. And I think it's interesting, you know, Christ, in the end, it would be as it was in the days of Noah. And if what we're talking about now is what was going on in the days of Noah, and you look at everything we're trying to do with genetic manipulation, I mean, we're already creating animal-human hybrids. We're trying to do this right now. It's already been
right. They're doing it in other countries, right? Or are we doing it here?
I don't know if it's. I would be stunned if it's not being done here at some labs too. But I know we do know beyond all doubt it's being done in other countries, right? Probably funded by the United States.
Haven't they bred a pig that has human blood, and they had a mouse with a human ear attached to it, and and slightly less creepy, they have like goats giving spider silk. So yeah, they've been dabbling.
Yeah, there's all
What's
sorts
the-
of stuff like that. And my point is that to me, it seems like when you read about what the fallen were doing, that specific set of fallen were doing in the books of Enoch, it seems like some of the things that are described, they're being taught, like humans were being taught all these different things, right? Some of it was war and, you know, medicine and, you know, all these different things, right? It's like, well, what else is being taught? And then in the context of, I agree that our technology is behind, but that doesn't mean that if the fallen have rematerialized or reinserting themselves into the equation, that doesn't mean they couldn't teach how to advance different things, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah.
Whether or not we discovered it or whether or not it's handed to us is neither here nor there as to whether or not it's what happens. And anyway, enough of my diatribe on that. But it just seems to me like that's becoming more and more of a reasonable conclusion when you observe what's going on.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting that the Bible doesn't really tell you what they did. It doesn't actually tell you everything that they were up to, but it just says that they were corrupted. You know?
Well, you go to the intertestamental text and it does, or at least it hints at usually some better hints. Let me put it that way. In Enoch, it talks about the corruption. In another one called
Jubilees,
it talks about how they did some things for the animals that God specifically forbid. I didn't quite understand it though, but they were. It looks like their whole mission was to get God upset.
Well, they might have also been to thwart God's plan, because if they could have corrupted every human, then there couldn't be a woman
Son of
to.
God, yes. That's
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
Yes, absolutely. There's one other point though. At Babel, this is a little cryptic, but you can put enough verses together to where it makes sense. That God assigned an angel to each nation to lead them to their lands. Now you'll have to go through a lot of translations to find that, but you won't find it in the King James. But so each nation had an angel assigned to it. Now, if you keep reading of these particular things, they're sort of scattered. Those angels corrupted the nations. Instead of doing what God told them to do, tell the people to be kind to the poor and the widows and the strangers, the same message he gave Israel, which they ignored, and they became cursed by the days of Christ. But so they didn't do it. And God was really angry at them. And in Psalm 82 said, even though you are children of the Most High, you are God's children of the Most High. That's where the you are God's came from. He said, you're going to die like men. You're going to die like princes, like men.
Yeah.
And
it's true that each nation had their own God, their own angel, as it were.
I think
Like
that's where all these myths came from. They weren't quite as mythical as we think they were. I think they had the ability to fool these people into worshiping them instead of God.
I mean, even
And that was a warning.
Revelation.
That was a warning. I think it's in Deuteronomy 4, maybe. I can't remember off the top of my head, but where God says, do not go and worship the sun, the moon, and the stars, the heavenly host. Now, what on earth is he talking about? Who's going to do that? Well, if you read it carefully, he's talking about angels. And you go and look at the word, how Antiochus and Daniel stamped the heavenly host under his feet. In other words, he was mocking them or whatever he was doing. But he mocked those angels too. I mean, he did everything. Of course, he died a pretty violent death. But it all fits. And then when Jesus comes along, he says, hey, Jesus, I'll give you every kingdom if you'll fall down and worship me. Because these are mine to give. Where did he get them? He got them from those angels. He was like their leader. Well, then you go back to princes. Well, Paul says, if the rulers of this world, the princes or whatever, had known, they would not have killed our Lord Jesus. Well, why wouldn't they kill him? Because by killing him, they lose their power. He breaks his covenant he had with them back in the Old Testament. That's the only thing that makes any sense. And then you go to Daniel, and Daniel says, I've been fighting against the king of the prince, not the king, the prince. Now, God goes and stays with the kings, but he's fighting against the prince of Persia. And who's helping him? Michael, the prince of Israel. Michael was the angel assigned over Israel. Your prince, he calls him, Daniel's prince. He says, and when this is done, I got to go fight against the prince of Media or something. Well, there's those princes. You will die like princes. If the princes had known, and Satan saying, I own everything. But then you read all the, a lot of different passages point to Jesus' death on the cross destroyed the works of the devil. And Jesus said in Matthew 28:18, I have been given power over the heaven and the earth. I said, wait a minute. First time I read that, I said, what on earth is he talking about? This got to be a mistranslation. Well, he didn't have power. He had given it away to these stupid angels, and they were stupid and not very bright. They were smart, tells they could do just about anything, God, except God, what God could do. And yet, so Jesus said, now I have been given power of the heaven and the earth, right before his ascension. And it took me a long time to figure out, to think that was really a real verse, that I didn't have a mistranslation, but he didn't have it, not until he died on the cross. He I mean, it never specifically says that, but it does insinuate enough to where he made a covenant with his angels. I'll sign you over this nation if you'll do this. But they broke the covenant. They weren't nice to the poor and the fatherless and widows, and they taught people to do evil things rather than good. That's the way I see it.
Even in Revelation, it talks about the angel of each of the churches. That was each of the communities or gatherings in each of the cities. It talks about the angel of the church of Ephesus and all the other
Yeah,
ones.
they weren't doing so good. Oh, one of them was, I think, but yeah, the others weren't doing so good.
Philadelphia and Smyrna were doing okay.
I'm sorry.
Philadelphia and Smyrna were doing okay. They were being killed in the streets in Smyrna.
Yeah.
Well, another thing you see in that passage is the war between the apostate Jews and the Christians was pretty heavy in all the cities. Paul spoke of it about Thessalonians, how they were having the same trouble with the Jews as like in Jerusalem and other places. And the only thing that makes sense, and it probably did happen, was the Roman leadership had given the Jews power over their religion. So anybody that worshiped in a synagogue had to submit to the rabbis or whoever the leadership was. And they were persecuting them in a lot of cities outside Jerusalem. And there would be the ones mentioned. There were two of them mentioned, I think, in the small Asian corner of Asia there in the seven churches. And then there was Thessalonica and I don't know, maybe some other places. So there was a real war going on, a spiritual war going on, all the way up to the time that Jerusalem was destroyed and the Sanhedrin lost its power. It's a pretty remarkable thing.
Yeah. Hey, Jungle Jargon. I just remembered why the fuel capacity for planes don't make sense. Like when you look at a Boeing 737 MAX, for example, it says its capacity for jet fuel is nearly 7,000 gallons, which is 46,000 pounds of fuel. But then when you look at how much does a semi truck like jet fuel tank hold, it's like anywhere from 150 to 300 gallons, and semi trucks are like on average 72 feet long.
It's not a one-to-one comparison. Airplanes, as they get higher, the air gets thinner, so you have to lean out your mixture, so you get much better fuel efficiency at higher altitudes.
No, I'm just saying, how do you? Because when I look at a semi truck that holds gas, like those big old tanks.
Did you just say 300 gallons?
Yeah, for a semi truck.
You think that that giant tanker truck only holds 300 gallons when it's going to the gas station?
I just Googled it. That's what I saw.
That might be the semi's actual gas tank for the truck, not the tank.
Yeah, that's the two tanks on the truck.
How much is in the tank then, LP?
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna go with I don't know, but it sure is it's a hell of a lot more than 300 gallons, dude.
I'd say probably 100,000.
You're kind of like getting off track, though. I'm telling you, you can book a flight from anywhere in South America, whether it's Argentina or Brazil. You can book a flight anywhere to Australia right now. A 14-hour nonstop flight.
Okay, so yeah, dude, you need to learn how to use Google a little bit better. Okay, so most big rigs in the United States have tanks that range in capacity from 120 gallons to up to 150 gallons, and depending on the radius of operation, may have one tank for shorter hauls and two tanks for longer ones. However, in the context of a actual tanker truck, okay, small tanker trucks have a maximum capacity of 3,000 gallons. And the larger one, most fuel delivery trucks in the United States hold between 8,500 and 9,000 gallons.
Is that all? I don't guess I know my gallons very well.
LP, you said 3,000 to how much?
A small one holds about 3,000. A large one carries between 8,500 and 9,000 gallons.
Okay.
And the airport tankers are very large. But they fuel from the ground anyway. They fuel from tanks in the ground anyway.
So how can you fit a semi truck or like a tanker semi truck's load of gas onto a plane?
Dude, planes are
Like I just said,
gigantically. Okay. How do you think?
They pump it
Dude,
from
how
the
big do you think a
ground.
have you ever been like? Have you ever like stood next to a plane when you weren't like inside it? Like, have you actually been on the ground next to a big plane?
Yeah, but where they say they put the fuel, it's not the entire plane. It's just mostly in the wings.
It's in the wing, but there's a tanker that's just a pump. It pumps it from the ground into the wings, into the aircraft.
And by the way, Rebel Jungle was
I
a
worked
plane mechanic for
I
30
worked
years. Like,
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
so what's your point about like? Sorry, are you conceding that there can be enough gas, or are you like, what's your point on this?
if some of these big commercial planes are saying they really have the fuel capacity that they do, I don't see how a bunch of semi-truck loads of those big old tankers can fit in there.
Okay,
Well,
okay,
that's what they pump
let's
it
think
from
about
the ground.
Let's think about that for a second, man. If a cargo plane, for example, that the military uses is similar in size to like a 747, right? And you can drive trucks and tanks and stuff into it. So if you can drive a whole bunch of them, right? If you can carry a bunch of trucks inside the plane, why would you not also be able to have a tank big enough to carry the fuel to fly it?
You would need space for both.
Well, I understand that, but I'm saying if there's enough space to drive trucks and stuff, and okay, so cargo planes don't have all the seating and stuff, right? Like a normal, the size of the plane could be the equivalent, but they also have a bunch of seats and stuff, right? So what do you think's going on underneath the seating area of the plane?
There might be some jet fuel involved, but not nearly to the amount that it tells.
There's all sorts of storage capacity, right?
Cargo.
Yeah, there's cargo, right? Okay, so you have a huge area there.
Jargon is talking about commercial planes that fly passengers.
Yeah,
What?
the passengers are on top and the cargo's on the bottom.
So where's the
five? Hang on, did you say 5 passengers? I don't think he was talking about 5 passenger planes.
No, the passengers are on the upper level and the cargo's on the lower level.
Well, of course it is. But I'm saying, but Rebel just said something about 5 passengers on a plane.
No, I didn't say 5. I just said Jungle was talking about commercial planes that I said fly, not 5.
Fly
Okay.
passengers.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I know, but my point is
fly
that you've got
passengers and cargo.
right,
They
and you can
fly
have that
both.
underneath,
which
so
leaves less space for fuel. Yeah.
right. But the point, okay, but Rebel, the point that's being
No, but
made
they
is that
don't put
there's
it-
a lot more cubic volume available than you realize. Like the part that humans usually are like associated with in terms of commercial planes is a small portion of the total volume of the plane that's available.
Yeah, and they don't
right?
store fuel in the fuselage. The fuel is in the wings.
It's in the wings,
and the
right?
center.
Okay.
And
when I
the
look at it,
center. And the center.
The center wing. Yeah.
When I look at a fuel tanker, I mean it's those big old round things, and when I look at a plane wing, it's like a thin little thing.
It's still, there's a lot of fuel. I mean, they fill up the whole thing. They fill up the whole thing with fuel. It's a lot of fuel.
Okay. Well,
I mean, like I
anyway.
said, you can book the flight and you can take the flight from South America to Australia every day.
Okay, I mean I know what flights I can book, Jungle. That's not really the issue here, and plus I've seen plenty of videos from pilots admitting themselves that they don't have to adjust for the curvature of the Earth with like their nose.
How can you not
pointing down
understand?
and
How
stuff
can
like
you
that?
not understand that it's a 14-hour nonstop flight from South America to Australia, flying south to the South Pole and then north to Australia? How can you not understand that?
What's there to understand about it? What do you mean?
You can book the flight and take the flight every day if you want. You can fly back and forth.
I know
all
what
the time.
flights I can take. That still has nothing to do about the shape of the Earth.
Yes, it does, because on the flat Earth, Australia is on the opposite side. of South America, and you can't fly south to get to Australia on the flat Earth.
Hey, Jungle, isn't the Coriolis effect for snipers a part of the rotation of the Earth?
For snipers?
Yeah, no, really, for the Coriolis effect,
Oh.
you know, for long range
Yeah.
snipers. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
I think there is, but that don't get them sidetracked.
Definitely
yeah,
artillery.
I got kicked out. I got kicked out, but it's still the same principle. I mean, it's a globe, and we can discern it many ways. Sorry to derail. I just
Yeah.
Where's the real?
I'm trying to say something that he can understand, you know.
Jungle,
But-
you think people and buildings are standing upside down in Australia right now?
Well, from our perspective, it's on the other side of the Earth. Yeah.
So they are upside down.
Can I share my screen real quick?
No, it's upside right. But then what
I
are
just
we
want to show
upside
you
down?
what
Are we
Rebel was
upside
talking
down?
about.
Everywhere you go is upside right. And I've seen the
Yeah.
Southern Cross.
You know why that is, Jungle? It's because there's only one orientation. Everyone's living on a flat level plane. Nobody's standing sideways or upside down anywhere.
It's not a flat pancake.
Okay. Okay.
they
So
call-
real quick. So the 747 wing is 76.3 meters. Or sorry, wingspan. 68.4 meters. Sorry. So that is what 200 and something feet, 224 feet. That's a long freaking way, and that gives you a lot of space to store fuel. I mean, that's gigantic.
But it's it's thin. It doesn't, the volume of it, the width of it doesn't seem like a tanker.
Regardless, you can book the flight. You can take the flight, a 14-hour nonstop flight. They got them 16, 17-hour flights, too. From New York to China, you can fly straight.
I mean, okay, I guess these flight patterns and, you know, whether it's possible or not is your point of contention and argument, but there's plenty of other things you can prove.
You can book the flight.
I know
Go
what
to
I can,
Qantas
bro.
website
Stop telling
right
me I can
now.
book a
Book a
flight,
flight
bro.
from
I
South
can,
America to
I know how to
Australia
use a
or New
computer to book a
Zealand
flight.
or New
But
Zealand.
tell me, Jungle Jargon, riddle me this. Would you agree that water always finds its level at the surface?
Yeah, water holds itself level to the surface of the earth, but eventually it's going to turn.
Wait,
But for
how can
building
you
things, it
reconcile
works
that?
great for building things. It works great for foundations and
Hold on.
waterways
You
and
said
water
water.
ducts and everything.
You just said, bro, you realize what you said makes no sense, right? You just said water holds its level to the surface of the earth, but at a certain point it turns.
Yeah.
How can you have
But a long, long way. You understand? A long, long way. You never have a building that long. You
See,
never have an
now
aqueduct that long. And even if you do, it's still
now you're
got
making almost a similar argument to what those evolutionists do. They'll say, "Oh, just give it a long, long time, and
You're
evolution can happen."
arguing
You're doing the same thing.
for against reason. You're arguing against reason.
If the Earth were flat, then it would receive the same amount of sunlight from the sun all over the place. One of the reasons why the poles are cold is because the angle of incidence is so great as the Earth, curves, and that's why the poles are colder than the equator.
I've been
So
35,000
real quick.
feet.
So the fuel tank size for like a 747 is 48,445 gallons. So that's the equivalent of at the low end, the absolute lowest number would be like 4.5 fuel tank trucks.
Please tell me
Yeah.
where you can fit that on a plane, and
They pump
the
it
wings.
out of the ground. Well, you can see right there where they put it. There's all kinds. See, the tanks are numbered.
I mean, dude, this giant. Okay, let's think about this. How long do you think a tanker truck is? How many feet?
I don't know. I just saw 72 feet, but it might be talking about their own thing.
I've heard of the jet fuel hoax thing too before, but so basically they're saying that the liquid in the wings will make the aircraft not stable. You know, when it's landing, if it tilted
Okay,
the wrong
front.
way.
All right,
I'm just gonna give you a quick
Front end of
summary.
wing.
Quick summary because I never cared to look into it because
And that's
I
why
didn't
they
feel like
dump
it
the fuel
mattered to
before
me.
they land. That's why they dump the fuel before they land if they have to land.
And then the other thing is so supposedly this turbine engines they get started with compressed air, and then once they're up in the high enough altitude, the air up there is not the same as the air we breathe down here. It's kind of like oxygen and hydrogen, more pure. So the turbines itself, the way they're designed, as they're compressing the air inside the jet turbine, that causes that compressed hydrogen and oxygen to propel the aircraft. So it's not really running off jet fuel. It's more running off the compressed air once it's reaching its cruising altitude.
Exactly.
It does use some air. Some gasoline or jet fuel in the
kerosene.
beginning when it's yeah, right. So like I said, I never really cared about it too much, but that's basically the gist. And I just pulled this image up because I don't have any video saved on the matter. Like I said, I never cared about it, but I was just saying that's called. You can look it up. It's called the jet fuel hoax, and I just did a quick search on it, and there's a bunch of stuff on it. But that's it, and that's besides the point. More importantly, is the Earth flat or it's around? Are we spinning 1,000 miles per hour? And if we are spinning 1,000 miles per hour, which direction are we going? How come we can't feel it? How come the water doesn't bend? How come we can see the Statue of Liberty from 60 miles away if we're living in the ball 25,000 miles in circumference?
But I
We
think
shouldn't be able to see
you're missing the
whether
point.
your flight to Australia, maybe the map is wrong, but it still doesn't change the fact that we can't feel motion and we can't see water bend and the Earth is 3/4 water. So the Earth is still
fly
flat, whether the
south
map
from
is
South
correct or not.
America to get to Australia. You fly south from Australia to get to South America until you pass the South Pole. Then you fly north.
Yeah, I'm just
That's
saying
what I'm
the
talking
map
about.
could be wrong, or
That is a globe. That's a round Earth.
You can see the curvature of the Earth
where?
from
Yeah, they
41,000
can't see
feet
it.
on
They
in
can't see
military
it.
aircraft that flew them halfway around the world.
Yeah, I was
And,
36,000
you can
feet
see. I
in
mean,
the
you can
air.
see the curvature of the Earth. All you got to do is look. Gosh,
Yeah, I was 36,000 feet in the air, and I saw the sunrise from below the horizon, below me, coming up over the horizon before it made a shadow on the Earth.
that's a crazy stuff. That flat Earth.
Yeah. Anybody ever flown to Australia?
No,
That's what I'm saying. You can
Anybody?
book the
Yeah,
flight.
I lived in Australia for
New
9 years.
Zealand.
I flew there,
Yeah.
and I also
But did you
worked with
fly from
McDonnell
South
Douglas
America?
Aircraft.
Did you
I
fly
also
from
worked
South
with
America?
McDonnell Douglas Aircraft on their MD-11 program, which was a retrofit DC-10 with Rolls-Royce engines, which was really hard to sell. So I was selling to Alitalia and Air France and places like that. Okay,
MD-11.
the Earth. We live on a globe, bro. There's no other way to put it. Altimeters, the whole 9 yards. We live on a globe. Okay. Here's the reason. So we had a prototype spaceship, which was basically because the Concorde was already going out of style because the fuel cost and things like that under Jimmy Carter. So anyway, we decided to do a spaceship. Never got off the ground because Boeing ended up, turning it into a military project. So anyway, it went straight up from LAX, straight up into the air, into the atmosphere. It would come straight down, land in London in 2.5 hours.
The
we live on
supersonic.
a globe, bro.
So Alec, why is it that all the technical reports from NASA and the CIA and even our own U.S.
Well,
military?
NASA's a put together, dude. Just believe aeronautics. I have nothing to do with NASA. I had to do with McDonnell Douglas, and we built fighter jets. Still built the best fighter jets in the world.
It's got
So
nothing to do with
why does
NASA,
it?
but
Hold
it's
on.
just that you need to understand that the world is very, very, very large. That's all. That's why it seems flat.
And evolution happened because it took a very, very long time, right?
No, the
has
Earth
nothing to.
is very, very big. I've been around the world.
non
I've been to
sequitur, bro.
Germany. I've been to South America.
Yeah. So
But
try to help you, bro.
where do you live? Who am I talking to here?
I live
Rebel?
in Virginia, but I'm not sure why that matters.
All right. No, I'm just going to ask you. Okay, which part of Virginia? Because you know where Charlestown is. Well, that was my family's land way back in the day. So anyway, so
My
if you were to
family
walk
came
from
from Virginia.
Virginia, if you were to walk from where do you live in Virginia? You live on the coast, or you live in the middle, or you live on the next to West Virginia?
Northern.
Okay, so you live closer to Washington D.C. that type of thing, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you were to walk from your house to Knoxville, okay, that's like what, 250 miles, 300 miles, 250? Okay, if you were to walk that, how long would it take you?
No idea.
Okay, how many hills and mountains would you go up?
No idea.
Well, you have to go through the Appalachian Mountains. You have to go through Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, whole 9 yards. And guess what? You won't be able to see the little golf ball that's in Knoxville, okay, until you get to Knoxville. So it's not like.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because there's a huge curvature there called the Appalachian Gap, okay, and they actually have a part there where you have a marble that will go uphill.
It doesn't have.
Okay, because
it doesn't have anything to do with about the limit of our vision itself.
No, has nothing to do with the limit of your vision. It has to do with the curvature of the Earth blocking you.
If the Earth was flat, you're telling me we can see all the way across the entire Earth. Is what you're saying?
Oh, I'm not saying that you have limits to your eyeballs. I'm just saying that as you get into Knoxville, okay, as you get into Knoxville, you cannot see. It's the tallest thing. It was for the World's Fair back in the 80s, all right, 1980 or something like that. So it's the tallest thing in Knoxville. Okay, it's called the Sky Globe or whatever the heck it is. It's made out of that iridescent glass, the gold covered glass, whatever they use for the astronauts, whatever. So anyway, yeah, you can't see it till you get into Knoxville. Now Knoxville is pretty flat, actually. And that's why they settled there, because it was flat. You didn't have to live in a mountain. But you cannot see that until you get into downtown Knoxville.
Yeah, I mean,
so if it was a flat Earth, you'd be able to see that thing all the way from West Knoxville, which is 20 miles away, into downtown, because it glows during the day when the sunlight hits it.
Well,
so all I'm telling you is we don't live on a flat Earth, bro.
Okay, I mean, first of all,
There's
like you said,
curvature.
we have a limit to our vision. We can't see like eagles. And then there's things like humidity and atmospheric density and pollution.
Okay, well, I can
also,
look at the San Gabriel Mountains today, and those are 100 miles away from my house in Huntington Beach.
You can look at them from
there
where
is
you're
no
at,
limit.
100 miles away.
And I can, what?
You can
80
look at
miles
a
away,
mountain
yeah.
range 100 miles away from your location.
But I can actually see the base of the mountain, right?
You
But
realize
the
that
base
proves
of the
the Earth
mountain,
is flat, right? You
no,
realize
it doesn't. No, you
No,
misunderstand what the base of the mountain is. Oh, here you
just
go. You
debunked
don't
your whole
understand
theory.
what
That's
the base of the
hilarious.
mountain is. You have no idea what the
100
base
miles
of the
away?
mountain is. You have nothing to understand what the base of the mountain is.
Bro.
Base of the mountain is not flat land, dude. Base of the mountain is when you start going on the incline, going up. Okay, so it's about 300. It's about 300, 400 feet, and then you get into the 6,000 foot level. Okay,
The mathematical
so I can
equation
see.
for the globe is 8 inches per mile squared. So over 100 miles, there should be like I'm not sure of the conversion, but there should be at least like a couple miles of curvature where you shouldn't be even able to see that mountain at all.
Yeah.
Actually,
When I'm driving up the
Let alone the
605
base of it.
freeway, when I'm driving up the 605 freeway, okay, and I'm looking at the mountains, you don't understand what the base of the mountain is. It's not ground zero, bro. Base of the mountain is where it's about 400, 500, 600 feet. Just depends on the type of mountain. See, that's where the terminology comes in with flat earthers. The base of the mountain is not the base of the mountain.
That mountain range should be obscured by 6,300 feet of curvature.
Sorry, bro. Talking about a 7,000 foot mountain? I don't think so, bro. Because right now, if I was at the beach, did you know that the beach is actually 30 feet above sea level until you get down to the water? You don't understand that, dude, because it's off a
there's
cliff.
something called the Earth Curve Calculator, right?
Yeah, you can play with that all you want.
Yeah, so you just give me the numbers, you put it in, and it's going to tell you exactly how much curvature that
Yeah, so I
landmark
shouldn't
or
be
whatever
seeing the
should
mountains.
be hidden over
You're
the
trying
curve.
to tell me I shouldn't be seeing the mountains?
If the Earth is a globe, according to the math that they give you, which is 8 inches per mile squared, absolutely not.
So 8 inches per mile square, and I should not see a 7,000 mountain. Dude, discussion's over.
Yeah,
You're
miles
worthless,
away?
bro. You are
if they
so
can't
worthless.
understand, if they can't understand that you fly south from South America to
I
get to
understand,
Australia, they're not
Dude.
going to be able to understand anything.
So
Air France would have never bought a freaking aircraft from Boeing. They could have gone to Aeroflot.
Right.
They could have gone anywhere else, unless they knew that our aircraft was going to fly the way that it was going to fly. Okay,
So
and it was not on a flat Earth. They could have just taken a boat.
So
But
can you
anyway,
guys tell
end of
me why?
discussion, because talking to you, it's silly as anything. You can work with your
Yeah.
calculator all you want.
All right.
You're silly, bro.
Anyway.
See you later. Bye bye.
Cool. So can you tell me, Jungle Jargon, can you tell
bye,
me
good.
why all the technical reports for flying aircraft all claim that the Earth is flat and stationary? Can you tell me why that is?
No, it's flat stationary right in front of you, but not the long range. It's not flat.
You realize aircrafts fly over a long range, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So I think they would probably should know the amount of curvature if they're flying over long ranges.
Well, they're more concerned with the thickness of the atmosphere and stuff, and the altitude.
So they wouldn't be concerned about how fast the Earth beneath them is moving east to west if they have to make a landing heading north.
What do you mean, to make a landing? That's short term. What are you talking about? When you're flying long distance.
If the Earth is rotating, then
When you're flying,
that
it
should be
doesn't matter.
factored into the landing.
The air is rotating with the Earth, so there's
The air is
air
rotating
currents
with the Earth,
anyway.
really?
So they're concerned with the airspeed, the ground speed, and the altitude. That's what they're concerned with.
Air is rotating with the Earth. Okay, so does that mean if I fly in a helicopter and I just hover up there, I can just stay there until my destination gets to me?
No, because the air's moving with the Earth. If the air is moving
just
with
like
the Earth, that's why the air would be still. If it was moving with the Earth, it's still. What are you talking about?
So how come we don't have a 1,000 mile per hour winds at all times? The speed of the Earth's rotation.
Because if you understand English, the air is moving with the Earth.
Yeah, for the same reason, Rebel, if you jump up in the air, the Earth isn't going to spin 1,000 miles an hour underneath you, and you're going to smash into the wall and die. You're being carried along with the Earth. It's called momentum.
Yeah.
How come a drone? Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. You're just gonna say that. All right. That's good. That's cool.
Why do you think the Earth is flat exactly?
Yeah, well, they think the Bible says the Earth is flat, so they have to stay with what they think the Bible's saying.
So can you guys tell me what
Not
the
only
firmament?
that, bro. It's because there's no proof for a spinning ball. There's no proof. You say
Why is that a problem, though?
You're like you say, yeah, we don't take any of that into account. We just assume that the Earth is moving with the atmosphere. It's all Velcro together. Like.
Yeah, of course, it's
there's no
moving
proof.
together,
There's
but
no proof for the spinning ball. Only when you look at NASA Raxa JAXA footage.
But when the wind is still, when there's no wind, the atmosphere is moving right along with the Earth.
Yeah, right. Or that would work the same on a flat, stationary Earth. Nothing's moving up there. It's all the same. The Earth is flat. The sky is not moving. Or you say, oh, it's all spinning together.
In the morning, in the
doesn't make any
evening,
sense.
the wind is not as strong. It only you start to have wind whenever you have currents, air currents. When it starts heating up, then you get air currents from the sun.
Yeah,
So
that works the same on the flat Earth as well.
yeah,
It's just
can anyone tell me what the firmament is and first mentioned in the Bible in Genesis chapter 1 verses 6 through 8? Because I have the Strong's Concordance right here.
What do you
It's
want
the
it to be? What do you want
it's
it to
the
be?
it's the Hebrew word rakia, which is H7549, and it's defined as a extended solid surface that has a flat as base support, and it was considered by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above.
Or maybe it used to be something more solid than what it is now.
It
Maybe
used to be. What happened to it?
there was this thing called the global flood that
Uh-huh.
destroyed the Earth
Oh, so it took
and
it
the
away?
atmosphere and everything. Destroyed
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
So why is it that King David in Psalms chapter 148 verse 4 talks about praise him in the heavens of heavens and praise him that praise him of the waters above the heavens?
Yeah. Yeah, because
That was way after the flood, wasn't
where
it?
does the water come from? The water comes from the heavens.
Yeah, but in verse 8, God defines the firmament as heaven. So anytime you see the word heaven, it's actually referring back to the firmament.
Yeah, which was probably destroyed, wasn't what it used to be because the oxygen content used to be a lot more before the global flood. So something was destroyed. Something was messed up.
But
you want to hear something funny? Just the Milky Way. You know how we could see the Milky Way from here on Earth. They used to call it the Great Rift because it was believed that's where God tore open the firmament to let the flood waters in. Just a quick trivia.
We're in the Milky Way, yeah.
Yeah, the Milky Way used to be called the Great Rift.
Can I get my 2 cents on the firmament?
Yes, go for it.
Go ahead.
Also,
well,
I think
it says-
Lando wants to say something.
Okay, it says he created the firmament in the midst of the water. Now, I interpret that to mean it was created in the midst of the waters. In other words, there's the water, you had the water above and the water below. Well, you know, it was in the deep, the whole thing. Let's just assume that what most people assume, I guess, that the Earth is a big ball of water to start with, on the surface. And God created this firmament inside that water, hovering below the surface, so the water above and bottom of the water, and above, water above. So anyway, and then he says, let the waters gather together in the dry land appear. Yeah. So what happened? It sank in some places, or it got thinner in some places. It built up in other places. But here we had a surface of the earth and seas. The dry land he called earth, the seas he called, the water he called seas. Gathering together the water he called seas. I think it's granite because nobody seems to know where granite came from. It just sort of showed up, and you can't reprocess it because it turns into a different kind of granite. You know, not the same stuff. And what I mean by reprocessing it, melting it, cooling. So
yeah, there's a process
we're sort of stuck with granite, and nobody seems to know how it formed, where it came from. Well, I think that was the firmament. So then the firmament formed the dry land. And then the birds, and he called that heaven. So we're living in at least one of the heavens, right? So I always told people, if this ain't heaven, I don't want to go. And that was when I was agnostic, by the way. But so here we got this place he called heaven. And it's cryptic, but he says the birds of the air fly in the open firmament of heaven. Now, there's a lot of heavens around, okay? I mean, God sort of thought everything was heaven the way it looks to me. But that explains the granite. And then, now if it was floating on a cushion of water, like it says in the first few verses, well, what happens in Psalm 104? It says, thou laid the earth on its foundations that did not be removed forever. Well, let's assume that the earth sunk, the water blew out, right? Which is the next verses coming up in Psalm 104. And, you know, we had the fountains of great deep open up. Well, the earth rested on its pillars or on the crust. It actually landed and set on its foundations instead of just floating around like, you know. So suddenly we have, after the flood, during the flood, we have earthquakes, we have all kind of things that probably never had before. And I think it's granite. If anybody knows where else granite comes from, I'd like to hear it. But I think that was what Psalm 104 was talking about when he said he laid the earth on its foundations. He actually let the earth settle where there was no more cushion, that it actually hit solid.
Yeah.
Below there.
No, but Bible research tools. I agree with you. You know, and I would say I like how you said, you know, it was in the midst of the waters, but you mentioned there was waters above and waters below. And when God, you know, said, "Let the earth come about, let the dry land appear," I, I would I would say that the waters below may consist of, you know, what we know now as the oceans, lakes, and rivers, right? But the problem is, where's the waters above? That's also spoken of in Psalms chapter 148, verse 4.
Well,
Where's
it was
that?
Yeah,
raining
I
for
think
40
that's what I was
days.
trying to say. Maybe you missed it. But if you create the granite floating in the water, like hovering in the water, right? And I don't know what the specific gravity of granite was. I think it would sink, but maybe it didn't. You know, maybe it was down far enough to where, I don't know. But that's what the scripture says, that it was in the midst of the waters. Now the midst to me means like the middle, somewhere near the middle. Well, if it's in the waters above, he said, then let the waters gather
Good night,
together.
Ray. Hey, Ray's leaving. Good night.
So here we have the water gathering together and the dry land appearing.
Also London.
Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Well, it had to come from below or from outer space. I picked below. And then suddenly we have seas and we have dry land.
Yeah.
But then you go to Psalm 104 and suddenly the earth is laid on its foundations and the flood starts. Well, what's going on there? I just think it solves the mystery of granite, okay, that the firmament was granite, and then God gathered the granite together in one place, or the seas, and that brought the granite together in one place, the dry land, and we had birds flying above the air, and that's the granite foundation of the earth. But it wasn't really on a foundation; it was sort of hovering until, you know, like floating on a cushion of water and probably sealed or whatever. But then when it broke open, it just sunk in places, and then God pushed everything around, brought up the mountains, made the ocean floor sink to 7 miles deep, and water poured off the earth, scoured the landscape, made all the water gaps, left us a worldwide continental shelf, and then when it dried out, the land bridges disappeared, and you can no longer walk around the earth. But it all makes sense to me, but it's just a scenario I developed from not really understanding what it's saying about the same thing here, you know, the waters above and below. Now others take that as some kind of water canopy, which is plausible. But
I mean, the water is in the air, and when the pressure decreases, then clouds form, and then it rains. But the
I see that.
The water was in the air before the global flood. It had rained. It didn't rain before the global flood. The pressure decreased. When you have a drop in pressure, then the water condenses out of the air, clouds form, and it rains. And it rained for 40 days, 40 nights.
Actually,
So that was a lot. It was a lot of water that was in the air.
that was only the rain was only 40 days until the ark lifted off the ground.
Well, but it was raining 40 days and 40 nights. That's a lot of water to come out of the air.
But it also came out from the deep, the fountains of the deep.
Yeah.
And there's and the water in the air could have been just from the fountains of the deep.
But I'm not talking about the deep. I'm talking about the air had a lot of water in it, so that it rained 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, but Jungle Jogger, you're missing another source of water, which God talks about. He said He opened the floodgates of heaven. That's not just clouds in the air, bro.
No, it's not even clouds. When the air pressure is higher, it holds water. You can't even see any clouds. When the air pressure drops, that's when the clouds form in the water, and then it rains.
There
And
was
that's
three.
what happened.
There was
There
three
was
sources
so
of
much.
water.
There was so much water in the air that when the
Yeah.
pressure dropped, it rained for 40 days and 40 nights straight.
No, I agree with you, but I'm saying there's three sources of water. You're missing one. Like research tools mentioned, there was these great deep fountains and springs of water from beneath the earth, and like you said, it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. But the other one you're missing is God opened the floodgates of heaven from
That's the
above.
same. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing
Same
as rain.
thing. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the firmament has been dissolved, it's been done away with.
No, I'm saying there was a lot of water in the atmosphere, in the air, in the sky that you couldn't see because of the air pressure kept it from condensating. Then
I'm gonna ask you about that. I'm
when
asking
the
about the
air
firmament.
pressure lowers, then it condenses out of the air
Yeah, I'm
so
gonna
that
ask
it
you about
forms
that.
clouds and then it
What's
rains.
the jungle? What's the firmament, bro?
The firmament's the sky where the
So
birds
so
fly.
why does the Strong's Concordance define it as something solid?
Well, it depends how you define it, and I don't know why they define it the way, but that's what it is. It's the sky.
But it's described as
And
being solid. There's absolutely nothing
because
solid about the sky.
you could see the moon, the sun and the moon and the stars before the global flood. You could see the moon and stars, sun,
That has nothing to
right?
do with it. Uh, you're mentioning the sky like just the air, but the definition in
Yeah, just the
Strong's.
sky, the air, the heaven.
Yeah, but why does it say that it's solid?
See, that's just you're stumbling over the fact that it was solid. It was solid what?
What do you mean I'm stumbling
It was
over it?
permanent.
I'm just
It
reading
was
the Strong's
permanent.
Concordance
It was
definition.
stationary. It was there. It was not going anywhere. It depends how you define it anyway.
I'm not defining
Why?
it. The Strong.
But
Do
you're
you not?
stumbling over a word. You're stumbling over the word firmament as to an interpretation as to what firmament means. And the Bible already says it's the sky, it's the heaven.
Do you not think
Can we join in this conversation? I just like
Yeah,
to
go
say
ahead.
that it rained for
The other two guys,
150 days.
London and Steven, haven't said anything yet. But
It rained
you go
for
first, Bible
150
research.
days, okay, not 40. The rain stopped on the 150th day. Rain from heaven, and the fountains of the great deep were also closed up. So it's on 150 days
Well,
the rain
as
stopped.
far
It
as I
wasn't
know,
40
rain
days. I'm just saying only rain for
40
40
days,
days until the
49.
ark
That's a
lifted
long
up.
time for it to rain straight.
Okay, well, I don't care what that, that's semantics. I'm talking about what does the Bible say? And the Bible says it rained for 40 days until the ark lifted up, but the rain from heaven stopped around the 150th day when the water went above the mountain peaks. That's what it says. I mean, it doesn't say anything else. So
Well,
I
rained on
think
over
that might
40
be
days.
just a touch inaccurate.
It doesn't
No,
matter. It's just that
not,
means that's that much more water in the air, whatever.
yeah,
Maybe it just
I'm just saying,
evaporated
I
back
just
out
want to
up
get
in
the
the air.
record straight.
It rained for 40 days and 40 nights, but the water from the deep continued to have it rise for 150 days.
No,
That doesn't mean it
it
rained the
also
whole
rained.
150 days.
All right, let me read it. It says, God remembered Noah and every living thing. This is after it went above the mountaintop. And the fountains also, it says, the waters were assuaged, so it quit rising.
Well,
The
that's beside
fountains
the
also,
point.
no, wait, I'm not finished. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. That's about the 150th day. Again, there's a lot of stuff in there that people are missing. I've heard that it rained for 40 days and 40 nights all my life until one day I said, wait a minute, it rained for more than 40 days and 40 nights. What's going on here? The 40 days and 40 nights just marked the time when the ark was lifted up off the
But
earth.
it doesn't necessarily say that it was continual up through that time.
Well,
Continually was 40
it
days, 40
doesn't say
nights.
it's not, but it does say the rain stopped on the 150th day. That's
But
all.
that's besides the point. I mean,
No, it's not.
because we're talking about where the water is coming from. It's coming from the sky.
It's also coming from under the earth, the fountains of the great deep.
No, but not as
That was
rain.
also stopped on the 150th day. You have
It's not coming up
two sources.
from the earth as rain. It comes out
No,
of the
it's
sky as
from,
rain.
but
We're
also
talking about what comes out of the sky.
oh gosh, that's all. That's here nor there. We're talking about
Right.
what,
That's
how
what I'm
did the
saying.
water
It's
get
here nor
on it?
there. We're talking about what was in the sky, what's coming out of the sky, and that's how the water is coming from the sky.
I'm not following. I'm
It's
not sure what.
basic physics, basic
Yeah.
weather.
Hey, Jargon, do you consider any of the interlinear references to find out a better to get a better understanding of the original Hebrew or Greek definitions to be reliable?
It really doesn't matter. I mean, you can define whatever you want. We know the heaven is the sky where the birds fly. I mean, you don't have to get any more complicated than that. And you can book a plane, fly
Oh my God!
south
I asked
from
you a
South
simple question.
America, and reach
It's literally like a
Australia
yes
in
or no
14
question, bro.
hours of nonstop flight
Why you keep going
Oh
off
gosh.
about this plane
without
ticket that I know I can
refueling,
buy? You don't
because
have to
that's
keep repeating that.
because if you understood that, you would have understood that the Earth is round.
I do agree it's around. Yes.
Yeah, and the thing about the firmament is totally irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, even though it's in God's word, right?
It's totally
Now
irrelevant.
God's
It's
word
totally
is irrelevant,
irrelevant
right?
to the shape of the Earth. Yes.
So why does the definition say that it has a flat base?
What has a flat base?
The firmament.
The firmament has a flat base.
That's what the Strong's Concordance definition is for the Hebrew rakia. Because you do
No, but
understand
what do they know? What do they know about the shape of the Earth or the shape of the sky? You're
a whole
stumbling
heck a lot
over
more than you do.
nonsense.
This is getting personal.
I know what's in the sky. I know birds can fly in the sky, and I know how rain is formed in the sky. That's all you need to know. You don't need to be stumbling over this nonsense. The Earth is round.
It's not
You
nonsense.
can
It's
fly
God's word. I'm just
south.
reading you what it says.
You can fly south from South America to reach Australia in 14
Yeah.
hours.
You know, when it says the word firmament, something tells me it's like there must be
The
something
firmament is
firm to it.
irrelevant. It's nonsense.
Gentlemen,
Totally
I'm
irrelevant.
gonna have to sign off, but I really enjoyed every one of you. Thank you so much. It's my first time on the show. I'm sitting in recovery from 6 weeks in ICU for
Couldn't
COVID
handle it.
pneumonia, and it's really great to get out and talk to people again. Thank you very much.
Hey, we hope you get better soon, bro. All our prayers to you, and we hope you come back outside of the hospital as soon as possible, brother.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
have a
much.
good night.
And God bless you all.
It's my
God bless you
first
too.
time talking too, so don't feel bad.
Well, I haven't heard you talk.
It's tough getting in.
Don't go
You got to
rage
fight
quit.
your way through. Yeah. God bless you all. Thank you very much. How do
Thanks,
I
brother.
sign off?
God bless.
Take care, man.
How do I sign off?
Down at there should be something, a button leave studio.
Yeah, great. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Bye.
Bye.
Oh boy.
And there was.
Cuatro.
All right, so it's even now. Me and Rebel are flat earthers, and you guys are ballers. As far as I know, I don't know. I never talked to you guys before. Steven and Landon, what do you make of the flat Earth, bro? Why so many people getting into it? People don't trust NASA anymore.
It's an oblate spheroid.
Oh, you're right. And they forgot to give us a cartoon of the oblate spheroid, which is funny, bro. Where is this picture of the oblate spheroid? I like
Neil
to see
deGrasse
that.
Tyson said it was pear-shaped.
Yeah, he did, bro.
Well, that is an oblate spheroid.
So how come all the pictures they show us is a perfectly spherical ball?
The difference in the measurements isn't enough for us to discern easily with our eye.
Mm-hmm. And it couldn't show up in a picture, right?
Why even mention it?
Well, I'm sure if you tried to take accurate measurements, you might see that there's a little bit of difference due to the spin causing the center to stretch out.
Bulge out, yeah. And how do you know we're spinning again?
Well, can you explain the sun moving fast enough to go all the way around the Earth with the Earth being still?
Fast enough? I mean, are you underestimating the power of God to do something like that?
Why would God do that when he could just hang the Earth on nothing and let it spin?
That's like saying I'm living in this apartment right now, right? And I have a lamp. That's like saying it would be easier for me to like somehow take my entire apartment, take it off its foundation, and like move it around the lamp that I have instead of just taking my lamp and using it like a flashlight. You realize which one is a lot harder to do?
I don't see how they equate. If you want to use it as a flashlight, just use a flashlight.
And that's exactly what the sun is doing around the earth.
No.
Rebel, you're angry today, bro.
No, I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
You're like
bro.
a little angry today, bro.
No, I'm chilling, bro. Trust me.
I'm chilling enough not to get into the whole flat Earth thing.
Okay,
Well,
so
what
you don't
did
really.
you guys think about the debate? I don't know if I heard you guys talk about that.
I actually didn't watch it, bro. I just came in when I got home. I got out of work, but I've seen a lot of Ken Hopkins debate, so I'm sure it went about the same. And he destroyed whoever the evolutionist was, as usual. I didn't see it though, man. Honestly.
Yeah, I only saw parts of it, but it seemed like his opponent. I don't know how knowledgeable he was on evolution. James guy, it seemed like he was just. I said this earlier, but it seemed like he was more so just trying to use evolution to affirm his atheism or to justify it, and that was he kind of just gave us like a stereotypical presentation, I guess you could say. It didn't really. It was just kind of what you'd expect. I mean, when you watch it, you'll probably know what I'm talking about.
Well, a lot of it was, instead of trying to prove evolution, he was just trying to discredit and belittle creation, which doesn't prove evolution.
Yeah. So you guys don't.
We as creationists admit that we have to take a lot of it on faith and it can't be scientifically proved. Evolutionists just say, well, we're here, so it must have happened. But they say it's not faith. Well, yeah, it's very much faith. But they won't admit that they also have a religion. Creation and evolution are both religions, but evolution just will not accept they're a religion.
And they use their tax dollars to force feed it to their kids when they can.
Right,
even,
like Ken Hovind has said so many times, he's not trying to force creation into the school. He just doesn't want evolution in there. Teach science, but not evolution.
So you guys don't agree that evolution is true, right?
No, I think you guys are young earthers, right? Landon, I don't know. How do you
Yeah,
think
I am.
Years old,
I used to be old Earth, but
I myself only been a young earther about 4 years, but it came by the knowledge that the Earth was flat and NASA lied about everything. So I became a young Earth creationist and started watching Ken Hopkins videos. So go ahead, Rebel. I know you had something to say.
So you guys believe the biblical account in the book of Genesis of how God literally spoke into existence all these different kinds of animals and plants, stuff like that?
Why not if he was creating them?
No, I agree with you. So you guys, I'm just trying to clarify. So
Yeah.
you guys believe that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
originally, the second time when he did it in the Garden of Eden, he formed them out of the ground.
Okay.
One of each.
All right.
There's two different things that happened. One, he created everything. And then the second time, after he made man from the ground, he made all the animals to basically show Adam that he did this and let Adam name them. They're not it's not a retelling.
Okay.
I'm with you on that, Stephen, because I read the Book of Jubilees. Well, I didn't finish it all, but I read the first couple chapters. And according to the Book of Jubilees, the first chapter talks about the end times. If you guys want to check it out, you can pull up a copy on YouTube. I put one on my channel about 5 months ago. But the first chapter, it's about 10 minutes, talks about end times. So it's pretty cool. The second chapter talks about the first week of creation, and it goes into great detail, more than Genesis. And then the third chapter talks about the second week, and it's doing what you're saying, where it's they brought it was after the first week of creation, and they brought the animals to Adam, and then it actually took the whole week. It wasn't like in one day. It took the whole week according to the Book of Jubilees. So it's pretty interesting.
Well, in Genesis, it says it was on day 6 that he made man, made a garden, set man in it, brought the animals up out of the ground, let Adam name them, found that there was none suitable for him, put him to sleep, removed a rib, made a woman, and gave it to man. It was very good. Then the 7th day he rested.
Yeah.
It says he did all of that on the 6th day.
Yeah.
I don't know about this second week thing that you mentioned from Jubilees.
Check it out. Yeah, check out the Book of Jubilees. It's the first 3 chapters.
Well, as I
whenever
say,
you get
but
a chance.
that would basically be calling the second chapter of Genesis is saying it's lying, or it fudged it, because it shows that it all took place. You know, everything with the Garden of Eden took place on the 6th day, along with the creation of man.
The creation of man, yeah. But then, according to the Book of Jubilees, it wasn't until the 2nd week where I could pull it up and read it actually if you want. But yeah, give me a minute. I'm gonna pull it up.
Well, I could probably find it and read it later and whatnot. But the thing is in spite of what it says in Jubilees, if it's calling Genesis a liar, then we've got a problem.
It's not calling Genesis a liar, because the 2nd chapter of Genesis, nowhere does it say that it's a retelling. Nowhere does it say it's not a retelling, but it doesn't say it's a retelling.
The thing is God rested.
But
God rested on the 7th day after he presented Adam with Eve. So if God rested on the 7th day after he presented Adam with Eve, and he had already created the Garden of Eden and brought forth the beasts and the fowl from the ground for Adam to name, then he couldn't have done it in the 2nd week if he rested after Eve, which was the end of the 1st week. So either Genesis messed up or Jubilees is messed up.
I will say that it does open up the doors for you ever heard of Lilith?
Yes, I've heard of Lilith.
So supposedly that was Adam's first wife or whatever. So it does open up the door to that. So I don't know, bro. I'm just saying it's on the Book of Jubilee. So whatever.
Wait, Stephen, in Genesis chapter 2, verse 2 says, on the 7th day, God ended his work, which he had made, and blessed it, sanctified it. That's what we know as a Sabbath today. But then Eve doesn't come later in chapter 2 until verse 22 and 23. So how could he have presented Eve before the 7th day?
Oh, I would have to go look that up. Give me a second.
Okay, well, while you do that, I was just going to ask you guys, if you guys believe in God's creation, like literal creation of, I'm assuming you guys believe in 6 literal 24-hour days, and a 7th day, which to me, that's the only way a 7th-day Sabbath for us to keep as the 4th commandment could make sense. And that you would agree that they're completely lying about evolution, despite it being the scientific consensus within the whole scientific community around the world. Why is it that they could be lying, like blatantly lying about this totally made up theory of evolution, but somehow they could be telling the truth and the whole truth about our cosmology and the shape of the earth and the nature of the heavenly luminaries and our relationship to like outer space and stuff like that? Why is that not to be questioned?
Okay, I have Genesis open, and in answer to your question, where it says where he on the 7th day God ended his work and blessed the 7th day and all that and everything, in Genesis chapter 2 verse 3. If you look back at Genesis chapter 1, scroll down to it.
Where you made man in our image.
Right. Male and female created he them. Well, if he created man in his image, male and female, well, Eve was the female that was created. Now, the thing that you have to realize is in the writing of Genesis, there's multiple authors that did this, and we put the chapters in. So Genesis chapter 1 actually probably should have ended with God's narrative on chapter 2 verse 4. Chapter 2 verse 5, that's where Adam's narrative comes into play.
Hey, let me read this to you real quick. It's the book of Jubilees, chapter 3. And on the 6 days of the second week, we brought, according to the word of God, unto Adam all the beasts and all the cattle. But I like how it's so specific here. It says, and on the 6 days of the second week, we brought, according to the word of God, unto Adam all the beasts and all the cattle and all the birds and everything that moves on the earth and everything that moves in the water according to their kinds and according to their types. The beast on the first day, the cattle on the second day, the birds on the third day, and all that which moves on the earth on the fourth day, and that which moves in the water on the fifth day. And Adam named them all by their respective names, and he called them, so was their name. And on these 5 days, Adam saw all these male and female according to every kind that was on the earth, but he was alone and found no help meet for him. And the Lord said unto us, it is not good for the man to be alone. Let us make help meet for him. And the Lord our God caused the deep sleep to fall upon him, and he slept. And he took for the woman one rib from amongst his ribs, and this rib was the origin of the woman from amongst his ribs, and he built up the flesh in its stead and built the woman. And he awakened Adam out of his sleep, and on awakening he rose on the 6 days, and he brought her to him, and he knew her, and said unto her, this now is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called my wife, because she was taken from her husband. Therefore shall man and wife. I'll stop here, and I'm only like it's verse 6, and there's 35 verses, but I'm just saying it's pretty interesting. And I know a lot of people don't think it's canon, and now I'm not even sure what to make of it. I don't think this is in the book of Enoch, the Ethiopian Bible. I'm sorry, in the Ethiopian Bible. Do you know if this is in there, Rebel? The book of
I don't, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Which is, I just thought it was very curious how it's very specific. The first week, the second week, and then it's this website I got. It's pretty cool. But I don't know. Whatever. It's pretty interesting. That's all. And then that opens up the door for the Lilith myth or whatever, where his first wife didn't want us to come to him, so she went off and had a bunch of demon babies. So I don't know, bro. I just thought it was interesting.
Wait, can you guys answer my question though? From before, I can repeat it if you don't remember.
Okay, which was that?
Bro. Yeah, I need to go pretty soon though. But I'll try to answer it.
You remember what it was, Landon?
You're asking like why was it okay for us to like critique evolution but not cosmology?
Yeah.
I mean, my answer would just be that I don't think it's wrong to critique some aspects of cosmology and how they view things like the Big Bang. None of the YECs that I know of would affirm that that it happened like that, but we think my view is just that it's apparent that the Earth is a sphere, and I know that not everything in the Bible is meant to be taken literally. The creation account is supposed to be taken literally because one of the evidences I like to use is the genealogies. They provide complex dates from how old this person was when they fathered this person. So that shows me that's meant to be taken literally because there's a historical record. But then you have like the like the pillars of the earth verse and stuff like that, and that just to me sounds more like God having the earth being his footstool. It's more just like a figurative speech. And so that's why I would not take it literally that it's flat. And I don't think that any of the evidence is showing that it's flat. I don't get into this debate any really. I just I mean, I didn't realize it was going to be, but I mean, it's something that I mean, I think it's okay for if anyone wants to talk about it, but I just think that I mean, we do critique cosmology, but I just feel like the um, shape of the Earth is apparent for most young Earth creationists, and we don't think it conflicts with the creation account or Christianity in any way. And we don't see a problem with it. We think it's just accurate. So I mean, that's just not really something we would touch. So
Okay. Um,
Hey,
like
I will be doing an open live stream before you leave Landon this Sunday actually at 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. Rebel's gonna be there. He's gonna be debating all the heliocentric model people with one hand tied behind his back and blindfolded. So so you guys are welcome to come.
all right.
Well,
Or
the
anybody
same.
else in the chat, it's gonna be open, so anybody can come in and join.
Well, yes. See, the same thing applies when you debate evolutionists. If you give them evidence and they don't accept it, then you're just stuck at a stalemate. It really doesn't do any good to keep arguing a point that somebody won't see.
true. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, like Rebel, you said you were flat Earth, right?
I like to say I'm a biblical cosmologist.
Me too,
Well,
because there's got a
but
bottom, it's got a
flat
top,
or
it's not
globe?
flat.
Pick one.
Well, it's a hemisphere. It's half of a ball. It's a hemisphere. The whole thing.
Why couldn't it just be a whole ball? What does the other half do? Is it just flat?
The other, it's
Yeah, I'll
what
pull a picture real quick. Let me see if I can.
where we're living on is a flat plane, and then above us we're enclosed in a dome that the Bible refers to as a firmament, and then beneath that is the foundation of the earth.
There you go.
Okay, so you're picturing the Earth itself as flat, and then the dome is a sky. I mean, the sky is a dome.
The sky, yes.
Okay. Now, aside from actually being able to get you a ticket on,
How do you guys feel about Elon Musk? How do you feel about Elon Musk, bro? Do you think he's a candidate for the Antichrist because he's trying to do basically what Nimrod did, is reach heavens, and then also he wants to put that neural link into your brain.
Right.
So I feel like this deception, the whole heliocentric cosmology has a big part to play. Because a lot of people are going to think it's aliens and not fallen angels. Like you guys as young earthers, you'll see them as demons per se. But most people that believe in the heliocentric model, they're going to think, oh yeah, these aliens are here to save mankind, or whatever the deception is going to be. I always wonder too, like in the Battle of Armageddon, who are these people that are fighting against God? Who would do such a thing, right? But it's people that have been deceived into believing there's some type of alien force that's coming to hurt us or whatever, when it's actually Jesus Christ and his angels returning. So I think that's part of the deception in the future.
Yeah, well, chances are the aliens are fallen angels.
Well, yeah, even if you look at Aleister Crowley, he spoke to Satan one time and he looked like a great alien. So you can pull that up. Aleister Crowley.
I know what you're talking about.
He looks like a gray. So that's what I'm saying. It's part of a deception. This whole heliocentric model was founded by Jesuits, who we don't trust the Vatican as young earthers. So you should know that that's the Jesuits, Copernicus, and then these occultists like Pythagoras and Aristophanes. These are the people that were coming up with these whole thing to make you believe in that. Now we got NASA, Raxa, JAXA, and billionaires, technocrats that we hate as well. Like Elon Musk and this Jeff Bezos that's monopolizing the world with Amazon and
Richard Branson.
so on. So these people are evil, bro, but you still put a lot of faith into them. So I just want to tell you guys to watch out for that, because that's why we I guess maybe that's why we come out and tell people about it, because we're not making money. I'm not making money. Rebel's not making money. We just do it just like you guys come in here to talk about young Earth. You're not making any money off of that. You're just doing because you want to spread the word that evolution's stupid. Same thing with the heliocentric model. It's dumb, bro. But it's such a big deception. That's why they got to hammer it into your brain since you're a kid, All right.
But the thing is no matter what proof that you are shown, other than actually getting on SpaceX and being blasted up into orbit where you can physically see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't accept it. So therefore, it's moot to argue it.
No,
Right.
oh, we trust me. If someone offered us a ticket to space, me and Iger would take it. But we know that will never happen because space doesn't exist. And that goes to my next question. To try to illustrate this point of deception that Iger was trying to make. Like Iger and I believe that like I said, the Earth is a level, stationary plane, and we're in a solid dome, which the Bible refers to as a firmament, and the King James it's the Hebrew word rakia, and it's so solid that there's nothing that can get past it. In fact, we have video evidence of a bunch of rockets that are sent straight up into the air, and they stop at a dime at this firmament. So any space agency or talking about going to outer space, we don't really believe that because we've seen the evidence of rockets going up and stopping and coming right back down.
Oh, I gotta show you the rockets. Hold on.
And also they also claim that the quote escape velocity for a rocket to actually leave the Earth's atmosphere is 25,000 miles per hour. There's a video I saw of something called the hyper sled track test that reaches only 6,500 miles per hour. Yo, you can't even see it for a millisecond. It just like goes by you like so quick. Okay, and that's only 6,500 miles an hour. They're telling us a rocket that this big old piece of junk that launches from Florida, at the Kennedy Center or whatever, slowly gets into the air and launches. Somehow they're telling us that thing has to reach 25,000 miles per hour.
Rebel, one moment. Clarity.
Hey guys.
I believe the 25,000 is if you are on the ground, it would literally have to, coming up off the ground, 25,000 miles per hour in order to be able to escape Earth's gravity. Now, in a rocket, it's continually pushing, so it doesn't have to reach 25,000 miles per hour. That's 25,000 miles per hour at ground level in order to get all the way out of Earth's gravity. A rocket stretches that out.
I gotta go, guys. I was gonna let everybody know. I'm gonna get something to eat and go to bed. So.
Yeah, I need to call it
Sunday. See you guys next Sunday then on my channel. Just type in Iger Television.
All right,
It'll come up.
No promises.
I'm just kidding, man. Yeah. I'm just throwing it out there.
All right. Well, have a good night, everyone, and God bless.
Hey, good night, all.
Good night.
All right, guys.
Well, you convinced me, Rebel. I mean, it's definitely not what they're telling us on the mainstream media.
Yeah, bro. I was just trying to ask him. I was trying to get to, the question of how we believe that the Earth is flat and enclosed in a dome, which right above the dome means that it's literally God sitting in his throne in heaven above.
Yeah.
And I was trying to tell him, I was trying to see if they could see what the point of the deception of why Satan would lie about the globe, because the globe puts us as a tiny speck of dust spinning out of control in this cold, vast, dark vacuum of space, never ending and ever expanding infinitely, and makes us feel small and not unique, not special, insignificant. Like there could be life, in other places, and it completely removes the connection of God being in heaven above us. So I was trying to see if they could understand, if what our beliefs are true, that God is literally right above us in the dome, then completely removing that out of the picture with a heliocentric model, that gives me a clear motivation for why Satan would tell us we're on a spinning ball.
Yeah, and it's actually needed for evolution, so it's kind of all works together.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand. Exactly.
You have evolution of stars, planets, and then that leads us to the Earth, and it's all backwards from the Bible. That's what got me. That's what kind of that splinter in my brain. I'm like, because for the longest I kind of let it go. Like, all right, they got the Bible got it a little bit off, but it still kind of makes sense. You know, I kind of could kind of work out the whole heliocentric model. Just like use verses like a day to God is like 1,000
Yeah,
years,
right.
and say it's 1,000,000 years or 1,000,000,000 years. You got that wrong a little bit, and then you keep making excuses for a lot of stuff, but then once you start with the flat Earth, bro, then you stop making excuses for a lot of stuff. So you take everything a lot more literally. Like the guy you were just talking to, and he left. He's like, well, a lot of the stuff in the Bible, it's not literal. It's I don't know what he said, but something along those
Metaphorical,
lines. Yeah, metaphorical.
allegorical, yeah.
So it's like, well, a lot of stuff in the Bible that you think is not literal, it's actually very, very, very literal.
Yeah. Tell me about it. But yeah, I see Annie Atheist in the comments. She's scoffing and mocking what we're talking about. Well, Annie, let me tell you, one of the main reasons you might be atheist is because Satan, who you don't believe in, even though there's a bunch of evil in the world. I don't know how anyone can't see that this world is influenced by demonic spirits. Kind of like you're showing right now in your video.
I was just about to change it, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave it because you're going into this. I was gonna put more of a flat Earth video, but this is the book
No,
of
you're
Enoch
good.
animated. It's on my
Yeah,
channel.
I mean-
If anybody in the chat ever wants to check it out, it's the book of Enoch animated by. It's on my Apocrypha playlist, but it's one of my favorite videos. Go ahead, bro. Carry on,
you're
my
good.
friend.
Yeah, I probably got to get out of here soon. But I was just saying, yeah, a big let me see, I, I think believing in God is just pure logic and common sense. Like for creation to exist, especially at this level, being so beautiful and so diverse in all the different millions of species of animals and plants that we see, and all the different landscapes and environments, from your forest to your jungle to your ocean and tundras and deserts. This earth is just absolutely teeming with life. um, you know Anytime we see something with design, purpose, and function, it always presupposes or like necessitates some kind of designer or creator behind it. Like this computer I have right now was definitely made by an engineer. This house I made was definitely designed by an architect and built by construction workers. A painting on the wall was made by a painter. A watch was made by a watchmaker. You can go on and on. There had to be a creator to the creation. We never see how something just builds itself from like its own power or like mind. So you got to believe in God just from that logic alone. But the top reasons why people are atheists is false religion. There's too many religions in the world, so people can't decide which one is the right one. They can't say this one is right and that one's is wrong, because people just think, everyone has their own faith and their own beliefs. There's many different gods. People can just believe in their own, and that's their own truth. That truth is relative. Another one is being brought up. Well, I know you said you're a Catholic, but for a lot
I
of
used to
people,
be, bro. I'm not anymore, man.
oh no, sorry. No, I said I know you were raised Catholic. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. No, I'm not a Catholic anymore. Thank God, bro. Because that's to me, that's actually where Mystery Babylon starts. Because it's kind of like the Roman Empire. I don't know who I was listening to the other day, and they were talking about the Daniel statue, right? So you're looking at the kingdoms as they start off. You get to Rome, I think it's somewhere around the waist, and then it kind of splits in two. But we're getting down to like the Rome the feet, where it's divided into 10. We got things like the United Nations, the CDC. We still got the Vatican and the secret societies that come out of there, like the Knights Templars that became Freemasons and the Jesuits, and it seems like all the secret societies kind of stem from there. So so it's pretty crazy.
No, absolutely, I agree, man. You're spot on about that. But I was just gonna say, yeah. Besides the false religions, which Satan created as a distraction from the one true faith, which is the one true living God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Holy One of Israel, and his son, Jesus Christ, Yeshua the Messiah. You know, false quote Christianity movements like Mormonism or Catholicism or you know, even sometimes Southern Baptists and like the you know, Jehovah's Witnesses, all these different denominations, they put a bad taste in people's mouths because they see how the preachers or even the church attendees, they can live lives as hypocrites, and you know, sometimes they even like do bad stuff. They live double lives, and you know, do they say they profess to know God, but you know, their works are abominable and reprobate, kind of like that verse in Titus chapter 3. You know, so and that's another problem. People don't read scripture that warns us about, you know, us having to beware of false prophets, you know, that come in sheep's clothing, but underneath are ravening wolves, you know, and false apostles and preachers that claim to be of Christ, but are actually ministers of Satan. You know, lest you be deceived, because even Satan comes as an angel of light. That's another problem. People don't have scripture for their own religion that they were raised in, and so you know, people will judge God by the actions and behaviors and thoughts of fallible men. You know, so that's not right. But the biggest thing, in my opinion, for why atheists exist is what we've been talking about: this heliocentric globe model that completely removes the picture of God being in heaven, literally above us at all times, looking down on us. You know, and that the globe is just this, despite it being this, despite the Earth being this wonderful, amazing place that is big to the point where you can stand on the apex of a mountain range and it will just take your breath away, because you know, you just feel so small at seeing the grandness of the whole, you know, that perspective from the mountain. When you put it in relation to an infinite universe of outer space, it automatically makes you feel small and insignificant, like your life doesn't matter. Um, so that I believe is actually the biggest reason why atheists exist. So you know, it's a really big deal when you think about it that way. It can save people's souls, like it did mine.
Amen, bro. Yeah, it saved mine too, bro. Because if not, if I wouldn't I came across flat Earth, bro, I'll still be watching the History Channel. I used to like watching what was it called, Ancient Aliens, and also the Universe on the History Channel back like a decade ago. And I would even tell my kids, bro, that, you know, look, this is how the world came to be, and now I regret it so much. You know, I kick myself in the butt all the time because you know, I lied to them, bro. And yeah, man, it kind of I was gonna say, man, if it wasn't for this, I might have been, you know, because you ever heard of the term scientism, where basically the heliocentric model, you know, they say the universe is 14 billion years old. How they come up with that number? Because you know, the cartoon cosmic background microwave radiation. They can, by looking at these little lights, they can tell how old the universe is, and it's scientism, right? So you're trusting because a scientist said so. I thought scientism was just the heliocentric model and evolution for the longest time. But after the last 2 years, where you know, these people been saying, oh yeah, wear the mask, it's good for you. Oh, when you sit down, it's okay, take it down, because the scientist said, you know what I mean? So it's like the scientism is actually taking over a lot of the stuff. And then when you look at the big pharma, how it came to be, it starts with the Rockefellers in the early 1900s. They made all the natural cures that people been using for millenniums and millenniums of years. They made it all seem like quackery, and now these patented drugs that they pulled from the oil byproducts, he could sell for money because he could patent it. You can't patent nature, so he could patent his stuff he was making. And it's a big thing, bro. It's not just the flat Earth and evolution. The scientism is encompassing even our medical field and everything. So it's crazy.
Yeah, man, it's really taken over everything. And like I said, I've been recently learning about how the ideology of scientism actually comes from Gnostic and Kabbalistic text, which is Jewish and Babylonian mysticism. So it's and you can probably conclude that those texts of oral mystic tradition of men were inspired by you know
El
demonic
Diablo.
spirits. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which would make it a doctrine of demons.
El Diablo and friends.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, his spirit counselors. Yeah. Um, yeah, man. So, I mean, Revelation 12:9 says Satan has deceived the whole world,
That's right. Yeah.
and he's been there since the beginning, and he was cunning enough to even deceive a third of the angels out of heaven to rebel against God, and we even had 200 watchers come down before the flood. I mean, they were in the glory of God, and they still decided to do that. So when people think that us as mere humans in this flesh and blood, right now, they've only been living, like on average, like 80 years compared to angels, that live forever because they have a spiritual body. To think that we can't be deceived by Satan when the Bible clearly says that's like his number one job, it's a little bit ignorant and naive to think we'd be, um, like immune to that.
Yep. And he's got more deceptions coming our way, bro. Like this is just laying down a foundation for the lies. The heliocentric model laid a foundation for dinosaur. Well, I shouldn't say all dinosaurs because there was big animals before the flood, but for the Jurassic period per se, these millions of years, it's needed for evolution to work. So it's all kind of building upon each other. People are now wearing masks and injecting themselves with experimental poison, and so it's all kind of building up together, and it's just crazy. But it does help once you see one part of the deception. It helps. It's like the house of cards. Once you pull the card from the bottom, it's like the whole house of cards becomes unstable. It starts to collapse. So the whole satanic scientism matrix that the devil's built around us. If you can pick at it a little bit, and then once one of the cards fall, then the rest of it starts to fall apart.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, especially this heliocentric deception that that you won't. I don't think you could meet any flat earthers that would willingly inject themselves with this Pokemon juice they got going around now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the same thing for young earthers. I don't think there's a lot of young earth creationists that will take it either, because we're all pretty woke to the we've been watching movies about the end times and the mark of the beast for a while. Even before I became a flat earther, I used to like the Left Behind and things like that, movies like that talk about the 7-year tribulation, the mark of the beast. So I used to like watching Christian fiction, I guess you could say, end times fiction. And we're kind of woke about the mark of the beast, and this even if you're not a flat earther, I think a lot of young earthers didn't do it either. It's because you're kind of aware of how the deception is so big. Is people say that how could they lie to everybody? But what? How is NASA and Russia involved in it together? So when you become a flat earther, it kind of helps you see the deception. And I think even at the young earthers that are not, they still hold to the ball or whatever. I think a lot of them see the deception too. It's not just flat earthers. Because flat earthers can be lie, bro. A lot of flat earthers we were talking about the other night, they're all into like this Gnosticism and whatnot. And even if you look at the days of Noah, everybody knew the earth was flat, hanging enclosed with a dome, and they all became evil and had nothing but continuous evil thoughts in their head. So God decided to flood the earth. So it's just because you're woke to the flat Earth doesn't mean that you're gonna be safe from all the other deceptions. I don't think, but it does help because then you're kind of like start picking at all the other deceptions if you go about it the right way. But man, I don't know, bro.
True, and that actually reminds me of the one verse I was trying to read to Jungle Jargon about the firmament and his of how his theory of the solid dome being not there anymore after the flood. The problem with that thinking is that when we look at the prophecy of the day of the Lord and the return of Christ in 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10, it says but the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat, and the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. So God flooded the earth the first time as judgment, but as we can see, he put up the rainbow as a promise and covenant to Noah and the rest of the people on earth, to let us know that he's not going to flood the earth ever again. But what that means is when he comes back for his wrath, he might not do it with water and a big flood, but he's going to do it with fire, and that's what this verse in 2 Peter is talking about, how the firmament is going to burn away. So it's still there, just like when the Messiah says, not one jot or tittle shall pass from the law until the heavens and earth pass away. Well, the heavens means the firmament, so it's still very much there, at least up until the point that Christ comes back.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, man. But I'll probably be getting off here at this point.
All right, bro. We doing this thing Sunday or what?
I
made. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll see. Last time I woke up so late, I woke up late and I napped in the day and I missed jiu-jitsu. So I'll see. I'll see about Sunday. I think I should be there though.
All right. Either way, man, I'm gonna have it. I made a little window for it on my channel at 1:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Yep,
So,
I saw that. I
if
set a little
anybody
reminder
else
for
wants to
myself.
come, if Revel's not there, then I guess I have to debate everybody with one hand tied behind my back and then my blindfolded. I like saying that, but dang, I need both hands to type, bro, and share screen and try to read the chat.
Doing a handstand and everything, yeah.
Yeah, doing a handstand and everything, yeah. It's gonna be crazy.
Cool, man. Yeah, but yeah, I'll probably see you there.
All right, bro. I don't know if you want to say what's your before you leave us, bro. What's your best proofs for the flat Earth?
Best proof. I mean, the one that I don't see how people can't see is the fact that bodies of water always find their level, which means it's flat at the surface. If you fill up a cup, a bowl, your sink, your toilet, your bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake with water, it'll be flat the whole way across. So just take the biggest scale, which is the ocean, and makes up 75% of the earth. There's no way that over 70% of level water can somehow mean the earth curves so much it makes a big ball, so that's one. And then kind of like Alec debunked himself on was he told us that he can see a mountain range from 100 miles away. Well, according to the earth's mathematical equation for spherical trigonometry, there has to be a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're telling me you see something that is 100 miles away, there's no way you should have been able to see that on a globe with that equation. It should have been obscured and completely out of sight over 6,000 feet of curvature. You know, so we can see too far. Water finds its level. You know, but besides the shape doesn't really matter that much. The bigger picture here is that there is no such thing as outer space. It's literally God in heaven above us, and all the angels, and the Messiah, and their throne. You know, heaven, or I mean, the sun, moon, and stars are just luminaries shining from heaven, not space. You know, that's the bigger picture besides the shape.
That's one thing I will say, man. I used to think about it like, after Jesus resurrected, he preached for a little bit and then he ascended to heaven, right?
Yeah.
So according to these guys, if the North Star is 323 light years away,
right,
which is every light year 6 trillion miles,
yeah,
basically, is Jesus still traveling to heaven right
right,
now? 2,000 years later, and he's 323 light years away.
Exactly.
How fast is he going? I don't know, man. Plus, the whole creation order of the first page of the Bible, which the devil wants to discredit, and the stars, all the stars falling from heaven to earth. That always gets me. If they're big balls like the sun, people think, like we've been taught, I should say, because I believed it for 35 years of my life, that the heliocentric model is bigger. But how do all the stars fall from heaven to earth, and then it's the earth is still here? It doesn't make any sense. What else I got? Bible. Oh yeah, Joshua makes the sun stand still. Everybody would have been flung towards crazy direction at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And what other Bible verses is there, bro, that prove the earth is flat, or at least geocentric and not spinning?
I mean, there's dozens upon dozens about it being built on a foundation that will never move.
Amen, bro.
You know, and then we see in Psalm 19.
Sure. All right, bro. Yeah, it's time for us to get out of here. The mods are kicking us out. It's like, take this to your own channel.
I mean, you guys can leave too, honestly. Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah. you're what's the word, bro? You're spunky today, man. You're like you're throwing some.
No, bro.
Like with Jürgen, I was like, oh man, you're getting upset. This is getting personal.
No, Iger, I've always been this way. You just, we've only done 2 streams, so I guess you just haven't seen all the sides of me or whatever.
Yeah, sometimes when I debate too, it takes me a while to get upset, right? Or I guess what's the word? Not upset, because I'm not upset.
Like frustrated?
Yeah, frustrated maybe, where I start getting a little irritated. And then but yeah, even I've done it before, man, because sometimes, especially back in the days, man, when I first started, there was like a lot of atheists, bro. And the atheists, not the ones that come on this channel. The ones on this channel are usually pretty nice, but there was like some mean atheists back when I used to go on these streams. I used to go on Praises streams. It was like Red Fang, a guy named Red Fang, and man, they used to get so angry, start cursing at you. I'm like, all right. Then I get mad, you know what I mean? You can only get insulted so much before you with nonsensical arguments that have nothing to even do with the topic. They just like pick at you at times, and it kind of gets frustrated. But I try not to let it upset me, bro, because then it turns into a yelling match for the most part, as opposed to trying to get the information out there.
No, bro, trust me.
But I appreciate it. I like it, bro, because I was like, it gets interesting for the show, I guess, when it becomes a little bit of it can't just be polite all the time. It'll be boring, right? So it's got to be a little bit of back and forth, somewhat. So
yeah, trust me,
it was good, bro. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I never get upset.
The only thing I like about you, like, I want to be able to show the videos I'm in, or I put on my channel. I like to be able to show them to my kid. You know what I mean? A young kid, like a 5-year-old or 6-year-old, and sometimes you have some people and they're just like cursing left and right. Yeah, and I don't want my kids to see that. You know what I mean? Just some bickering back and forth. Is so putting out the information is good.
Yeah.
All right, bro. I guess we'll wrap it up. Any closing statements, even though you already said like 2?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the comments. Cheryl, which I guess is a mod on LP's channel, she put the foundation question mark question mark question mark. Yeah, I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but there's just to give you a couple. Job 38:4, Psalms 82:5, Psalms 102:25, Psalms 104:5, Proverbs 8:29, Isaiah 22:18, Hebrews 1:10, Micah 6:2, and etc. All mention foundations of the earth. So I'm not really sure what you meant by that. Yeah. So you might want to go back and read your Bible that I think you believe in anyway. But yeah, that was it. Oh, and she's asking what's nonsensical about a plane going one way back to its starting point. Well, when you look at a flat Earth map, you'll realize that east and west are constant. You're making a constant turn. It's a circuit. It's a circuit. It's that's actually where the word circumnavigation comes from. It's because the Earth is a flat circle, not a ball. Yeah. So if you were to fly on a plane in a straight direction, you're most likely going to head due south and end up hitting the ice wall, which no one can go to because it's highly prohibited and restricted due to the Antarctica Treaty of 1959. Yeah, Cheryl, you can laugh and scoff all you want, but everyone will know the truth when that sky cracks open.
And it rolls down like a scroll, bro. Like how do you explain that on the heliocentric model?
Exactly.
And then bam, it's gonna be right there. But
right, and no one will miss it then. Everyone
no one will miss it then. Richard Masson has a question, I think, but you didn't ask the question. You just I think was an interesting question about the sun and the firmament, but I don't know what the question is. Any questions from the audience before Rebel leaves? Because he's already done 3 closing statements, so before his 4th one. Circumnavigate. Richard Masson says circumnavigate comes from the word circumference. Rebel, Nazarene. It's better with a drawing. All right. Yeah, I think we better wrap it up, bro, because it's not my channel. I don't want to get in trouble. We're talking about the flat Earth.
I mean, LP left it up. He would have closed it if he didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
we already talked about the flat Earth for like an hour, I think. So.
Oh, I can go for days.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Richard Matson said it comes from circumference. Okay, I'm not sure what your point is.
Which would make sense in a flat Earth map with circles in it.
Yeah, a circumference can also be the it can be the equation of a circle. It doesn't always necessarily have to be a sphere. So I'm not sure what your point is about that. Iger and I still believe the Earth is very much round. It's just not a ball. It's a disc. It's a circle.
The surface of it, because it's got that, so it's not really like people. Man, I told somebody the Earth was flat one day, and they're like, "You think it's 2D?" I'm like, "No, it's still got depth to it. It's we don't know how deep it is. We don't know how high the firmament is per se, but I'll tell you the Kármán line, which is where the blue sky is, according to mainstream science, they call it the Kármán line with a K, Kármán. It's 100 kilometers up, so you'll see like these rich guys, Bezos and the Virgin Galactic guy, I forgot his name,
Richard Branson.
They only go up like about 100 kilometers, and that's about it. So even with all the freaking money in the world, these people are telling us we should take a rocket trip. All they could do is go up 100 kilometers, and then that's it. So,
right.
Yeah, go figure. With all the money in the world, the richest guy in the world, Bezos, with his Amazon and monopolizing the world, he goes 100 kilometers. A big deal. I mean, give me a break. Whatever.
Yeah, man. What can you do?
Nothing, bro. We're just waiting for the return of our Lord.
Amen, bro. My goodness.
Try to wake up as many people as we can, so we
True.
don't get deceived into whatever the next deception is. Because these people are throwing false flags like man, they
Like it's
more than you
candy.
change a baby's diaper. Like these people like throw 5-6 false flags every day.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I love how Cheryl said she's annoyed at us talking about the flat Earth and to change the topic. And there's a no flat Earth talk policy on LPP's channel. But now she has all these questions. Seems like we got her hooked, bro. We got her intrigued now. So she's asking about GPS, which to the modern world stands for a global positioning system. And so she's assuming that satellites must exist and orbit around the Earth at 1,000 miles per hour to, for that technology to work and exist.
Yeah.
Well, I do think there are satellites to a certain extent. I just believe they're, going up there on big helium balloons. And actually, that's the reason why NASA is the biggest consumer of helium in the world. That would explain that. But no, GPS actually, you can say it's ground positioning system as opposed to global, and it works by a mechanism known as trilateralization, which basically means that ground-based cell towers are just triangulating your position. If GPS really worked from satellites, then that would mean like whenever I would go out into the woods in a mountain, that my service should be better for my Google Maps or something. But actually, the exact opposite happens because there's no cell towers around.
Yeah, I will add too. This is an interesting fact that the satellites were invented by Arthur C. Clarke, science fiction writer, before. Excuse me. Before satellites even were ever even thought about, this guy wrote about this another occultist, Arthur C. Clarke, wrote about him in one of his science fiction books.
Oh, yes, I did.
2001: Space Odyssey.
There it is, right there.
Yeah,
it's in your little video. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just gonna add to the whole triangulation thing. Most of our communications comes from undersea water cables. You can look that up. It's like 95% of it, or something like that. The rest comes from these beautiful babies here. I don't know if you've seen them before, but they're all over the place. Even now with the 5G, they actually got to put a lot more in there. They used to be like maybe 2 or 3 miles apart from each other, and now they're gonna be like, they don't even. They have to make them a lot closer because with their new social credit score system that they want to put out, they're gonna have to have more current live data. They want to hook up everything. I mean, your refrigerator, so they know what you have, what you're cooking. So yeah, it's crazy where we're heading into with the cashless society and the credit score system that they got planned for us here in the next false flag future.
Yeah, smells like that Mark of the Beast is cooking up slowly around the corner, coming to a town near you.
Yeah. Here's the other thing: how many satellites are out there and they don't crash into the International Space Station? Just these things are going like 17,000 miles per hour, and nobody they don't crash into each other.
Yeah,
They're just perfectly geostationary in some cases, and sometimes not. And they're just up there, and you can't see one come across the moon. You can't see one. Let's see. What do you not see one? From the ISS, when you're watching the 24-hour live stream, they're like, no satellites. It's all right.
No, yeah, and whenever that, of course, that's a CGI model that's supposed to represent, the amount of satellites that are all seamlessly orbiting the Earth right now, traveling at ridiculous speeds for 1,000 miles per hour. But Bond is asking a good question about where is the sun, or which layer of the dome is the sun in. And I thought I had a picture that explained that.
You can't share a screen here. I don't have access to it.
No, yeah, you're good. I was just saying on my album, on my
For
phone.
reference, you got it.
Yeah.
While you're looking for that, I'll tell you. Back in the days, Plato. I think it was Plato or one of these other guys. They had like when they believed in the geocentric model, they had layers. So every it's funny too because if you speak Spanish, you got each day is kind of for one of the things you can see in the sky. So you got lunes, which is Monday for the moon. You got martes, which is Tuesday for the miércoles for Mercury. You got jueves, which is Thursday for Jupiter, and Friday's what? Friday is viernes for Venus. Saturday is sábado for Saturn, and then Sunday is the Sunday. So yeah, it's the sun. So according to their cosmology, there was 7 layers to the heavens. And that's where the
Yep.
term seventh heaven comes from.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, if you look into what people may consider extra biblical scripture or the Apocrypha, especially like the Apocalypse of Abraham, and there's another book known as the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, which are not confessions, but all the 12 sons of Israel. They had these last parting words of wisdom to their sons as they were dying, and it's called the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. And if you look into the Testament of Levi, he actually gets a lot of visions into the heavens, and some of what you can infer is that the sun and moon are in the dome above ours, or it would, so yeah, if there's 7 domes, meaning 7 heavens, it would be
Yeah, I can't.
above the second one.
And, I'm just theorizing here because even I've never been up there. You know what I mean? Like I'm just theorizing here, but this is better than black matter or what do they call that? Dark matter. Black holes even were theoretical to this 2019 when somebody came up with a little cartoon that looks like a Mario Brothers ball, Big Bang. It's all theoretical. They're just building. They're putting crap on top of crap on top of crap to make it all work. And even now, they still can't make it work. Where they're coming up with more theoretical nonsense just to try to make it all fit together. So it's just all theoretical nonsense on top of theoretical nonsense, and it's crazy. Pure craziness.
It really is. Cheryl said she claimed that you can see the space station traverse the sky.
I've seen it before, actually.
Oh, wait, you say you've seen it before?
Yeah, but they advertise it. They advertise it like 2 weeks in advance, or maybe a week in advance. They say Friday at sunset, you can see the space station, and it just looks like an aircraft with a flashlight shining at you. No difference. It's just
Right.
what do they call that craft? The U-2, I think it's called the U-2 aircraft, where it even kind of looks like the space station. With you just got to add a couple extra wings to it. So it's called a U-2 aircraft, and then they just fly it up there, put a big flashlight on it, and all you see is a light that's traversing the sky. And then supposedly the International Space Station is traveling around the Earth every 90 minutes, but you can only see it, on a certain location when NASA or RAXA or whatever advertises it. You're gonna be able to see the space station at 7 p.m. Friday night. Not the other times in the day it goes around the Earth 90 minutes. You can't see it those times. You can only see it that one time a week,
right,
in the month or whatever, when it's being advertised to you. So yeah, it's all just such a big deception. That's why they get $56 million a day. $20 billion a year as of 2019. So I'm sure their budget went up. Plus, they added another branch called the Cyber Space Force. The Space Force that Trump made that does nothing. So they're probably the ones fact checking everything and just monitoring online movement. So shout out to the Space Force, Cyber Space Force.
Big shout out. But no, I was I was gonna, I was gonna mention, you know, for anyone claiming that they can see the ISS, well, it doesn't really make sense because think about it this way: when we see a commercial airplane flying above us, their average cruising altitude is about 30,000 feet in the air, which is 7 miles up. Um, and you know, a Boeing 777 is about 80 yards across. You know, like it's 20 yards short of a full length football field. You know, and we can barely see it 7 miles up in the air. You know, you can kind of discern that it's there, but at a normal cruising altitude, it looks like a tiny little, you know, dot in the sky, right?
Yeah.
And that's a commercial airplane, you know, 7 miles up. Now, the ISS is only 20 yards bigger than a Boeing airplane. It's about 100 yards. But the problem with claiming that you can see the ISS is that it's not only 7 miles above the surface of the Earth, it's a whole 254 miles above. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me you can barely see a Boeing airplane 7 miles away from you, don't tell me you can see something that's 254 miles away from you. It doesn't make sense. It can't happen. Our vision doesn't see that far or that well.
All right. I'm with you on that, bro. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it anyways. But yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, and someone was asking if there's an edge. I think it might have been Greeny. Yeah, I'm not sure what she believes, but there's definitely is an edge. It's a 360 ice wall, and actually, if you Google facts about Antarctica, what they tell us is Antarctica is actually a 360 ice wall, and if you Google facts about it, it'll tell you how it's the coldest and driest and highest elevation continent in the whole world. And you know, that makes sense, and that's a significant fact because the ice wall container or the ice wall is what's containing all of the ocean water on the earth. You know, like water needs a container to, you know, to just be there, to be contained. You can't take a ball and like start pouring water over it and expect it to stick like they want us to believe it does on a ball. You know, like a body of water necessitates that it must have a container. You know, that's what a cup is, that's what a bowl is, that's what your sink is, that's what a toilet is, that's what your bathtub is, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, the ocean.
It's funny how physics, you know, it's kind of like the study of the natural phenomenon around the Earth, right? We can all see it. It's flat, it's stationary, as far as we can tell, right? And the experiment we do here on Earth. So they had to make a whole entire new field called astrophysicists just to give you all the freaking cartoons and bullcrap on top of bullcrap.
Yeah, man, they gotta. Satan works absolutely overtime to do whatever he can to deceive and distract us.
The worst part is, bro, our tax dollars, so we're the ones paying for this. We pay for this indoctrination. It's just crazy how smart Satan is. Like, it's crazy, bro. Same thing with the mandates and stuff. Like, it's our tax dollars building the infrastructure to that's gonna be used to enslave us in the future. So it's just insanity where we live at. It's upside down world we're living in.
It's clown world, bro, for real, man. But yeah, Cheryl says wait, highest elevation. Yeah, actually, what I meant to say was just Google which continent has the highest elevation, and right away Antarctica will pop right up, and that makes 100% total sense on a flat Earth model, because if the water is contained, the elevation of its container would have to be higher than sea level, which, by the way, the word level kind of means flat, right? They don't call it sea curve or anything like that.
Yeah, I love sea level. Sea level means flat. The level means flat in every language in the world.
And horizon means
horizontal in every language in the world. It means flat, bro. Every
yeah,
language.
it's not curve.
Level means flat. When you're building a house, you want a level. That means flat, guys.
Right.
In every language.
In fact, water finds its level so well. We use it in construction to find a parallel line level, to make sure the foundations of what we're building, all lines up. That's how good water is at finding its level.
I was gonna see if I had anything on the ice wall here, but I don't think I did. Any other questions from the audience before we wrap this thing
I
up?
know I was gonna get out of here, but then we started getting questions, so I thought I'd stick around to answer some of them. EXO of the RO, I think he's a flat earther, but
Oh yeah, bro. He comes in here and last time me and you were on, because I don't know if I was here first or you were, but he was talking crap in the chat, because he's like, if I go on there, I gotta do an exorcism on these people, because
oh, that was the guy. Yeah, that's funny.
yeah. So well, because it's it's heliocentric, comes from the word helios, which is a pagan thing, and etc. Let's see if okay. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, cognizant, bro. You know what we mean, man. But EXO was saying, he was telling me the Earth isn't a container, nor the ice on the surface, the foundations. Earth isn't an object. I kind of agree with you. I think if you're having a biblical perspective, yeah, the God refers.
Go ahead. Sorry. Answer EXO.
No, yeah, I was just saying God refers to the Earth as, like the dry land that appeared, and he distinguishes it from the waters of the seas. So biblically speaking, yeah, that's correct. But I'm just using the word Earth in a general way, just so people can have an understanding of the overall cosmology. But yeah, go ahead.
No, that was yeah. I don't even know, but I was gonna say it'd be interesting to have the EXOs. EXO, I'm gonna do a thing on my channel Sunday. There's already a window for it. Sunday 1:30 Eastern time. If you want to come in and join, hopefully Rev will be there. It'll be nice to have to see what y'all got to say about the boundaries. I don't know if he hosts like a infinite plane, or I guess he thinks nobody can really know how it all works, even at the end. So it's interesting because I don't think I know all the answers. Like Jungle Jurgen was trying to pin you on the map, like, oh, if Australia's on this side and America's on this side, this flight will be impossible.
So dumb.
But I'm not married to the AE map. I'm open to the map being wrong, because who knows how long the lies has been going on, so they could have messed up the map even some, you know what I mean? What I like about the AE map though is that you can overlay an astrolabe, you can overlay a planisphere, which are regular instruments we all have, even if you don't believe in the spinning ball, for our sky chart, and you can overlay those over a flat Earth map, the AE map, and it becomes very, very accurate, bro. If you had a clock that was 24 hours instead of 12, not a digital clock, just an old style hand clock,
right,
and you put a flat Earth map on that, you could tell exactly where the sun's going to be at. It'd be very accurate. So same thing with the planisphere. You could put a planisphere on top of that. And there's actually an app that some guy uses, some guy made. It's called the Flat Earth Sun and Moon Clock app. And it even has the zodiac signs going around there, the sun, the moon, over the flat Earth map, and this 24-hour clock. And this
David Weiss, yeah.
Yeah, there's things like the anti-Kithara mechanism that these people made 2,000 years ago that could predict even the lunar eclipses.
True.
So the lunar eclipses are another good question that kind of held me back to become a flat earther for a long time. And then I found out about the Selenelian eclipses. You spell that Selene, Lion, Lion, Selene Lion eclipses, and it's when you have a lunar eclipse with the sun still above the horizon. So if if the Earth is the one causing the shadow, why can we see both of them? You know what I mean? Shouldn't we not be able to see one of them? But these eclipses happen all the time. So that's one thing that made me debunk the whole lunar eclipses, because that held me back for a while, bro. And that was one of the main things. It wasn't until I heard about the Selene Lion eclipses that I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So everything starts to make a lot more sense, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I wish I was a little more, educated or like up to date about the whole flight pattern and flight path argument for the flat Earth perspective. I would have been able to have a better rebuttal for Jungle. But I'm glad. Thanks for explaining the whole jet fuel hoax for everybody. You explained it perfectly. I remember only getting exposed to it, but not really looking into it. So yeah.
It didn't make much difference to me, so I never cared too much about it. But the free energy things, man, there's a guy called Stanley Meyer that made his car run on water, and that was back in the early 2000s. He was on the news and everything, bro, and everybody wanted a contract with him, but he was a creationist. He wanted to use his invention for God's glory. So Stanley Meyer, yeah, man, he can make basically what he did. I don't know if you ever heard about this, but he all it is a process called electrodialysis, and we still use that to this day to get the oxygen for hospitals and stuff like that. So what they do is they run electricity through water. It has to have maybe salt or baking soda or something that makes it more conductive. And so the electricity runs through the water, and then it separates the hydrogen and oxygen. So then they could take either the oxygen or the hydrogen. What he was doing was taking the hydrogen and running his car with it. So there's so many interesting rabbit holes that you start to come across once you start to understand that everything you're being programmed with is a lie to keep you away from looking into these other free energies type of devices. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the work that Nikola Tesla was getting into.
Yeah. Also, Nikola Tesla, yeah, he wanted to give free energy to the world, and then they shut him down. They never told us about him in school. They always told us about Thomas Edison, and never told us about Nikola Tesla that has like a bunch of patents on radio waves and radio frequencies and all these other different free energy stuff. So yeah, it's pretty interesting, bro.
Yeah, and the whole ether stuff that Pastor Dean Ogle talked about, he seems very well versed about that. It's a very interesting topic. But hey, man, I'm gonna get out of here. Let's save some of this for next time on your
Sunday,
stream.
bro.
Yeah,
Sunday.
man.
All right, bro.
All right, bro. Yeah, thanks for jumping in. Good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too, bro.
All right, take care and God bless, brother.
God bless you too, brother.
All right, peace.
Peace. All right, for anybody else in the chat, I'm gonna go ahead and close it up, bro. I'm gonna do my usual serenity prayer and then the sinner's prayer for any atheists watching these later. So the serenity prayer is, God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the strength to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. In your son Jesus, Yeshua's name, amen. And then the sinner's prayer is, dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. And you guys are welcome to come into the show Sunday night. God bless y'all. Jesus loves you, and I hope you have an amazing week. Peace.